Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
Keep this session a mix of, you can say, a demo as well as the training as well. Just to start off with, I would like to give you a brief background of what NetSuite is. You might already know about it, but I'll just give a brief background of what NetSuite is, and then we'll start off. NetSuite is a cloud-based ERP, true cloud-based ERP in the real sense, which was found, or you can say, which came into around mid-2000s, and recently, a couple of years back, it was taken over by Oracle because Oracle had a big, you can say, a vacuum in the cloud space. That's the reason it took over a NetSuite, and NetSuite is mainly a good for mid-market, you can say, organizations, not too big, not too small. It's a mix. You can say it has a lot to offer for the mid-market edition, and recently NetSuite crossed around 24,000 SaaS customers or clients across the globe who are using NetSuite. Any questions, any queries? I'm sorry, please go ahead. Because NetSuite is cloud-based. JD Edwards is, you can say, in-house product wherein you cannot post it on the, you can say, browser, maybe in the, you can say, in the recent time, it might have done something on the JD Edwards side. I am not that updated on that side. But NetSuite is that, you can say, true cloud, ERP in the true sense. Because for NetSuite, what you require is just an internet connection and a browser. And if you have the access, if you have the login credentials, you can access it from anywhere at any point in time. Maybe you are sitting at home, you are sitting in an airport lounge, you are sitting in a hotel, or you are sitting on a roadside, doesn't matter. I think that's not the case with JD Edwards. You can say a requirement, it's not a, you can say heavy bandwidth that is required for NetSuite to run. We have seen that even now on your, if you have more mobile hotspot, you can start using NetSuite. I have seen many people using Geo Mobile or Geo Wi-Fi on and using NetSuite. It's any question? Shall we proceed? It's to info. That's the recent figure. If you have, you can say scenes, or you can say read somewhere about 40,000. I'll not say it's wrong, it's, you can say that there might be 40,000 subsidiaries or legal entities that might be using NetSuite. 24,000 is the number lane. It gives a number of logos or organizations that are using NetSuite. Thank you. 40,000 might be that a particular organization might have their operations in multiple countries. If you are saying that those multiple subsidiary, you can say countries, are treated as differently, then yes, it might be far more than 40,000. But if you are talking about individual customers or different logos that are using NetSuite, it's 24,000. Thank you. NetSuite has one. You can say the latest product that they have come up with. Just to give you a brief introduction, not introduction, just to give you a brief information, as this is a demo, you can say a session that we are having and more focusing on some information and some queries that you have. I'm not. You can see going deep into what we are going to do during the training sessions. In case if you have any queries related to it, you can just let me know. I'm just giving you overall information of what NetSuite has to offer, and then maybe from tomorrow we'll start off with the actual sessions. Next week, maybe around a decade ago, came up with a new product called as One World. What One World means is you can create multiple subsidiaries, or in other words, multiple legal entities. If an organization has their operations in multiple, you can say countries, all those multiple legal entities can be created in one instance is itself instance. Instance is nothing but a NetSuite account, and the consolidation can be happened at the parent level. Just to give you a brief example, let's talk about Tata Group. Tata has multiple, you can say legal entities in multiple countries. Let's talk about Tata Motors, Tata T, then we have Titan, then we have many more. These legal entities or different organic country, you can say companies, can be created and those can be consolidated at a parent level, and these can be into multiple countries or it can be in the single country as well. And all these legal entities can have their own base currency. Some might have. If you have operations in US, you might have USD as your base currency. In case if you have operations in India, you might have INR as the currency and many more. In case if you have in Singapore, it might be Singapore dollars. Each and every legal entity can have its own base currency and they can have their own tax jurisdictions. And they can have their own chart of accounts as well. Or in case if required, we can also have a consolidated chart of accounts. What a chart of accounts means, I'll give you the details during the sessions. In case if you have a ERP background, you might be well aware of what a chart of account is or what nomenclature stands for chart of accounts. Any queries till now? Thanks for quick snapshot of NetSuite. I have a couple of questions here. Like I told you already that one of our clients is actually migrating from the legacy system to the old ERP system to their new NetSuite. What challenges you face from data migrating point of view and also data integration if you migrate your old data to your NetSuite. I want to understand that overview of that. Talking about that, in NetSuite the data can be imported via CSV. Are you aware of what is a CSV file? It's a file. Excel file, it's a form of an Excel. In case if you are able to generate or extract the data in the form of CSV from your legacy system, then it would be very easy for us to migrate the data into NetSuite. We have some templates We can do the mapping as well, and during the course of the sessions I'll also be showing you how you can upload the data via CSV. This can be done. You can import You can see master data. Master data is nothing but customer, vendors, items, employees and contacts. Similarly, in case if there are any open transactions, if you want to upload any transactions such as purchase orders, sales orders, invoices and many more, that can also be done via CSV. Apart from that, In case if you are integrating NetSuite with any scripting, and that can be integrated with all the third party softwares as well. It's a you can see a robust system wherein you can integrate with third party softwares, and that handshake can happen and the data can be pushed or pulled out of NetSuite as required. Can we say like electronic data interchange, AD, the framework is actually only through the CSV and also the integration through APIs and the web services. Any light on that? The thing here is there are various AD providers as well. In case if you might have heard of SPs, S-Commerce or any other AD providers, there can be integration between these third-party softwares via ED providers. These can be done via RESTless as well. Or in case I don't think we directly integrated via SSV, that can be done via web services or PEEPs and the third party. You can say softwares can be integrated via middleware, which can be. In case if there is AD from the marketplace that wants to get integrated with NetSuite, that is possible. And in case if you want to do a direct handshake instead of using a middleware, you can just directly do it via IPs. Since you have a number of years in implementation experience, like what exactly challenges you face for data migration? Because that is one of the key aspects in any app implementation or app migration. For NetSuite to think, the only issue that we face is data messaging. If you are able to extract the data in the required format from your legacy system, it's not a big deal. It's not a big issue importing that into NetSuite. If I'm talking about correct formats, we can have those formats set up, and in case that can be extracted from the legacy system. It's not a big deal. It can be done very smoothly. Only the thing here is that the data should be proper, and you can say it should require minimum messaging once the data has been extracted from the legacy system. I can say in most cases the import CSV is the only channel where we can data migrate. The data, like any other mediums, also will be there in NetSuite. See, as mentioned, you're not good. It can be done via CSV for the means. That's the first thing. The other thing would be, you can say integrating it with the other systems, but as you mentioned, it's a legacy system. You're not going to use the legacy system in the future. You're not going to. You can see much efforts to do a handshake, do all the scripting, and you can say create an integration with your legacy system and NetSuite, right? Yes, it's a one-time activity that you have to do, extract the data from your legacy system and upload it into NetSuite. Thanks. In any other questions? Going ahead. As mentioned, a NetSuite is a cloud-based app. Are we aware what is a cloud-based app? The thing here is, see, there are two things. One, whether a particular software is in-house in the sense you develop a particular organization or company develops it from scratch as per the requirements. And it's not, you can say it doesn't require an internet connection as such. You have. The only requirement is we have to go to the office, and wherever it is installed on a particular machine, you can start using it, and it has their own servers or that particular organization has its own servers where the data is stored. This is a normal in-house, or you can say a normal software. But this has its own limitations, wherein you have to invest a lot on, you can say, developing the software from scratch, and also it requires a lot of administrators to, you can say, make required changes to that software. And you can say biggest problem currently the world is facing as well, right? Most of the people are working from home. In case if that is the case, the users are not able to, you can see, use that particular software to fill in this space. You can say organizations or apps or softwares came up with a cloud-based product or a SaaS model. SaaS is nothing but software as a service. The other example of SaaS model would be, you can say, take an example of your phone plan, mobile plan. You pay for whatever service that you use. You might have a 399 plan, 499 plan, 1899 plan, depending on your use. You generally pay for that service. In the similar fashion to, you can say, cater to the requirements of the users. NetSuite or many other, you can say, cloud-based app came up with their own. Those can be modified, or those things can be modified as per the requirement of the organization. A cloud-based, in this sense, they have their own platform. What you require is just in. Do you get the difference between a cloud-based or SaaS-based software and normal software or in-house app? You can hear me now, right? Yes? In case of NetSuite, NetSuite is a cloud-based app. As mentioned, it works on a SaaS model as well, wherein its SaaS is nothing but a software as a service. You pay for whatever you use. There are various modules available in NetSuite. Modules in the sense a particular company might require only financials. You can procure only financials. In case if you are into manufacturing, you can procure the manufacturing module as well. In case if you are into project management, you can have project management as well. In case if you want a fixed assets as well to be managed, that can also be procured. There are various modules that can be procured as, or you can say made available as per your organization requirements. And accordingly those can be, you can say, set up into NetSuite, and everything that you see here in NetSuite is in real time. A particular person might be sitting here in Mumbai, somewhat might be sitting maybe in San Francisco. If someone saves something there, the moment he saves something, it would be available for the user who is sitting here in Mumbai as well. Everything that you see, all the reports that you see, all the transactions that you see in NetSuite are in real time. In other words, geography is history. It doesn't matter where you are sitting, from where you are working. Everything that would be available would be in real time. Any questions, any queries? That was one thing. Maybe this is just a demo. I have not started the training yet. Maybe we'll start that tomorrow. I'll just move to the last leg of this demo. Generally, I have a lot of questions about NetSuite and I have not gone through that. But this is how the NetSuite sessions would be, wherein we'll show you right from scratch, from what are the preferences that are there, what are the features that are available, how the dashboard look like, how the dashboard can be set up, how the transactions can be entered, how the processes can be set up, how the customizations can be done on the functional side. In case if you want to, you can edit a form. In case if you want to create some custom things, custom fields, custom records, that can be done. We'll show you how the reports can be configured, how the reports can be customized, how the workflows can be set up. All these would be taken care of during the next sessions. And as mentioned, NetSuite is a cloud-based app. Every user or every organization that is using NetSuite is always on the latest version of NetSuite. There are no two versions available. For NetSuite, everyone or every customer would have the latest version, and NetSuite comes up with a release you can say twice every year. It's free of cost. It's available for each and every organization or customer that is using NetSuite. It doesn't matter whether you are sitting in Africa or us. All the customers will have the latest version of NetSuite, wherein NetSuite comes up with new releases, new features, enhancements, and all are taken care of by Net itself. Generally, the first release is during Feb or March of the year, and the second release is during August and September or somewhere around that. I think that's it from my end. In case if you have any questions, you can ask me. You can get enrolled accordingly in case if you want to, and we'll start off the actual sessions from tomorrow over to you. You don't need to take the data back up next week. We'll take care of everything. Sometimes if you have any down is there the next week, we'll take care. Whatever the up and up down and all this, everything is taken care of by NetSuite. The uptime available for night next week is 99.97. It's available 24/7 only during the updates or the releases. It's down maybe for an hour or a next week tells you that in advance, and generally it happens during the night as when the users are using next week at the minimum, and it's not like that all the users or all the customers have the update at the same time. Different customers have different, you can say, release time predefined for you. See, there are two things here, whether you want to go into implementation or you want to be an end user. In case if you are to be an end user, you can just contact an organization which is not using NetSuite, or you can do something. You can do data entry and all other stuff for some of the organizations. In case if you want to go into implementation, you can approach various, you can say companies, or you can say solution providers or alliance partners who implement NetSuite, and accordingly you will be able. You can be a consultant wherein you can implement NetSuite for various clients. For that, any technical knowledge is required, or functional is for as a functional consultant. For functional consultant, no technical knowledge is not required. I have seen people from commerce background, from PCOM background, being very good consultants. Let me answer your first question, financials. Yes, the other modules which are there maybe will not, you can say, go into that detail. But in case if you want to, we can have those sessions, because not all users require that particular information, right? In case if you have not gone to the course content, I can ask the people at CloudFoundation to share the course content with you, wherein you can go through what are the things that would be covered during the sessions. because it's very difficult to complete all those modules in 20 sessions, right? In case if you can see. If you want to have a knowledge into a specific module, you can let us know. We can conduct a separate training for you accordingly. But most of the things that are available in NetSuite are, you can say you can do some self-study as well. In case, if you want to understand a particular module, the help is available. You can, once you know the basics of NetSuite, you can go ahead and have the knowledge of those modules as well. That would be a part of the training. As mentioned, the reports, safe searches, dashboards, customizations, customizing some forms, creation of custom records. That would be part of the training. Thanks, enable all the features, all the preferences. This will help you out. Whatever training that we'll be conducting would help you out in at least preparing for the CloudFoundation exam that NetSuite has to offer. In case you might have heard of, yes. And also one more thing we have was certifications in suite like administrator, like app, consular and developer. You'll be focusing more on functional side, right? Like ERP, functional side certification compared to administrator. See, the first thing here is for maybe you are a technical guy or a functional guy. In case if you want to be a developer, if you want to go for a developer exam or a functional administrator or consultant exam, the first milestone is CloudFoundation, which requires functional knowledge or the basic knowledge of NetSuite. That would be taken care of during this training. And then you can decide whether you are technical or functional. If you are technical, then you can go for a developer exam. In case, if you are functional, then you can go for administrator or consultant exam. Then, from the storage point of view, NetSuite offers there is no bar on the number of transactions or how many transactions that can be entered or something like that. But in case if you are storing some documents on in the file cabinet of NetSuite, NetSuite provides around 10 GB of storage. And in case if you have used those and want to have additional space, you can buy it from NetSuite. Next week also has integration with the box available. In case if you want to go for box, you can go for that. Talking about the licensing, I think that this is not the right forum, or because the prices changes depending on the geography that you are in, depending on the modules that you require, depending on the number of licenses that you have, and depending on the agreement that you sign up with next week. Maybe the next would be the right person, or you can say right thing, to give you the commercial information. The roles can be set up in NetSuite. In case if you want to give some permissions to specific users, yes, you can go ahead. No, what I'm from the implementation point of view, like consulting point of view, because the finance or terminologies, I'm a finance, it varies right geographically. Like we don't understand this. For example, I'm not the background of the finance background. I don't understand the taxation, the settings, everything. For that, we do have specialization for this. Or like any person can set up this. If you are a good learner, you can learn anything anywhere, right? It doesn't matter whether you understand the terminologies. The terminologies that are used here are generally used across the globe. The nomenclature or something might be different, but at the end, everything remains the same. In case if you're working for a particular organization and you're working only on a particular module, it's up to you whether you want to stick to that module or you want to expand your horizon and start working on the other modules as well. As mentioned, that there are certifications. There is no specific module related certification available. First year, you have completed your Suite Foundation. Suite Foundation will include all the basic information of all the things that are available in NetSuite. Then, once you have 2 to 3 years of experience in implementation, then you can go for administrator and consultant exam, which involves all the modules as such. It's not specific to a particular module as it is available in app. I mean one more, like I have a doubt. I'm not sure. You are saying NetSuite, it includes the Scrum and One World. You are saying those are other products. It included in this NetSuite. Scrum, e-commerce, and everything is. You don't need anything separate. Everything is included in one thing only for one account only. The only thing is whether you want to use it or not. But whether, as per your requirements, whether the company has procured it or not. In case if you go for the simplest lot of any vanilla instance, Scrum is by default a part of it. You don't need to procure that module separately. It depends, right? In case if you are into manufacturing, you will require manufacturing module. In case if you are into wholesale distribution, you will not require manufacturing. It depends. In case if you are a software company. In case if you're a construction company, you might require project management. You might require fixed assets. It's up to you whether you want to use a chair module or not. You can integrate it with third-party module. Scrum is available. But in case if we have seen people using different third-party into your software, such as Salesforce for Scrum, in case if you want to integrate Net with Salesforce, you can do that. Next week has some of the modules, means most of the modules. But in case if you want to integrate it with another software or third-party modules, that is also possible. It doesn't. You can say depend on what is used. Mainly, it depends on the organization and their requirement for modules that they would like to use. You can see a manufacturing company might not require project management. They might not procure that, right? The basic thing here is the financials, the inventory management, Scrum, customer support. All these are available in the vanilla instance itself. In case if you want to integrate with another software or some other additional modules or not, this would be available in the basic package that NetSuite has to offer. I couldn't get your complete question, but what I understood is C. It depends whether you want C technical in this sense. In case if you are going to code something, you're right, going to write scripting, then you'll require technical knowledge, or else you don't need to have the technical knowledge. On the functional side, you can use those modules, you can learn those modules, their functioning as well. Read the scripting in case. If you are going to code something, then you'll require technical knowledge, or else technical knowledge is not required. In NetSuite, this will show you whatever can be done, whatever basic things that are required, and no matter whether you have knowledge to a specific module or not, we'll take it from scratch. We'll show you what NetSuite has to offer, and in case if you have any queries, we can go through that during the session. Before that, I need to know the business basics. No, you don't need to just understand the basic terminologies, what a general app has to offer, not specific to NetSuite. If you have that, that's fine. In case if you know. If you don't know it, it's fine. Thank you. In this training, you will cover that. manufacturing modules or not? Sorry, during this training session, manufacturing module you will cover or not? Not. Really, manufacturing is a big, you can say a big chunk. It cannot be completed during this thing and it's a bit complex as well. In case, if you want to go for manufacturing, module will become, you can say, covering some part of it when it will show you how the bombs can be created and all other stuff. But the manufacturing related process would not be covered because not all people require those, right? And once you start implementing NetSuite, once you understand the basic navigations and all other things related to NetSuite, then you can start exploring the manufacturing module. And in case if you want to have a course related to it, we can conduct the manufacturing. You can see course for you that cannot be completed in these 20 sessions. It will require a lot of sessions on to get that completed. Basic in the sense it will if we are using the basic word a lot. Even if I'm saying basic, it's not like that you'll not be able to implement next week for any customers. You'll understand a lot of stuff, a lot of things which you can use, and once you start exploring it, once you start using it, you can go deeper into it. But we'll touch base most of the things which are available into NetSuite, and then it will see. Everything requires a lot of homework and lot of self-study as well. We'll be able to. We'll be covering a lot of stuff, but unless you do your homework or you do your self-training, it will not help you out. It's not leave about NetSuite or any other software. It's applicable for everything. Whatever you learn, you have to do some homework and some you can see self-training once that session has been conducted. No one will allow you to go through the live implementations. Right? How are they going to show you, expose all the data for you? No organization in the you can say in the world will give you access to the real-time data. There will be some help. You can say access would be given to some demo instances. That's it. But it will have some, you can say, data into it, but it will not be client data. You can go through it, you can practice, you can do everything that would be similar to a live project. I think that's it for today, done with a lot of questions. Now, apart from that, there are various other things available. Now, the most important thing here is help. In case if you want to have you not able to understand something you want to understand about it, you can just go ahead and click on this help option. If I click on it, it will take me to another page, or it will take me to the NetSuite Help Center, wherein you can search for any help that you would like for. Apart from that, in case if you are on a particular page, for example, if I go to a purchase order, we will be taking the purchase orders later, but I'm just giving you how the help can be used. I just go to a particular purchase order page and I want to understand what a particular field means, how I can enter a particular purchase order. NetSuite has one very good thing. I'll just wait. This is a demo instance. That's the reason it's a bit slow. Here you can see that I'm on a particular page. I'm on a purchase order. Now, if I click on help, what it will do is it will directly take me to that page or help where it will share. How can I enter a purchase order? If I'm on a particular page and if I want to directly go to the help of that particular page, I can just go to that page and click on help. And it will navigate me to that particular page directly. Here I'll have all the information. What is a purchase order? What are the things that can be entered? What's there in the primary information? What's there in the sales information? What's there in the classification? All that would be available. And that would be available for a particular standard. You can say page. In case if there are any custom feeds or any other thing that you have created, it will not show help related to it, but it will show all the help related to the standard things that are there. Now, apart from that, you also have various navigations. In case if you want to understand something about NetSuite basics, you can click on all the many options that are there. You can dig in and you can go to the help of it as well. In case if you want to search anything, you can go ahead and click on search as well. In case if I want to understand something about purchase order, search for it. Here you will see all the options or all the help related to purchase order. If I click on purchase order or if I see all the options I can see, and if I can click on the required help. This is one thing of going to a particular help of a particular page. Apart from that, you see on a particular page there are various fields. And if you are not able to understand a particular field, what do you mean by a particular field? You can just go to the label of that particular field and click on it. It will show you the help related to that particular field only. Correct. And it will also give you the ID of that field, whether it's a custom field or a standard field. How do you recognize a custom field or a standard field? That would be taken care of during the next sessions or in the coming sessions. But here you can see the field ID. Why the field ID? These field ID or the internal IDs in other world can be used in the scripting as well. In case if you are doing some scripting, some automation, these field ID, these are nothing but primary keys, or you can say unique keys for a particular field. What you told custom field and other one is standard field. These are all standard fields, right? Custom field is a field that I have created. Here you can see that what the field ID is memo, and you can also see the help associated with it. Now going back to Help Center, first you have seen how to use help. Second, you have seen how you can use or see help associated with a particular field as well. Now, apart from that, there are various other options. In case if you want to see various user guides. If I click on user guides, I'll be able to download some information or PDFs related to various topics that are available. Yes, for example, if you want to know something about manufacturing, you can just click on manufacturing. And the PDF will open up. You can download it as one PDF itself, a book. Sorry. It's not a small document. And the documents are available for each and every topic that is there. For example, if I want to see anything, something about related to advanced manufacturing, I can click on it and you can go through the videos as well. These are two more things. Apart from that, you also have Sweet Answers. Sweet Answer is also a kind of help, but it's a user forum. You can say wherein you can type in your queries. And all the topics, all the queries related to that particular query will open up. For example, if you want to search something about purchase orders, here you will get all the topics or all the, you can say, results related to purchase orders. How dropship, what is a dropship, and special purchases, billing purchases order. Wherever there is a write-up or you can say something written about it in case. If you face some issues, you can come here to Sweet Answers to search your queries. You will also see how many results are there, supported articles, videos, and everything. These are all the options wherein you can go through the help that is available. You can either go through Sweet Answers, you can go through videos, you can go through user guides. In case, if you want to go through help of a particular field, you can just click on the label of that particular field and you will be able to do that. Any queries? There is a community called NetSuite user group. You can search for it. That is available. And as shown, Sweet Answers, it's kind of a community only wherein, in case, if someone has already gone through some queries or issues, they post it there. And you find most of the information from there. NetSuite user group is not into NetSuite. It's in the itself. But there are various other forums wherein you can get all your help related to it. Apart from that, there is also a small icon. Here you can do some quick navigation. Here in case, if you want to go to a sales order, you can click on it. In case, if you want to directly go to an invoice, you can do that. And this list can be personalized as required. You can just click on personalized and you can just add whatever you want to that particular list. In case, if you are using some of these very frequently and you don't want to navigate through all those stuff, you can just directly add it here and you'll be able to directly navigate it from here itself. In case, if I want to navigate to invoice, I can just click on invoice and it will take me to a new invoice. Apart from that, there is also called a search field or you can say a search space that is there. You can say that this is the Google of NetSuite. In case, if you want to search something, you can search it here. In case if you want to search a particular invoice. In case if you want to search a particular report or a searcher item, you can just type in and it will show up here. In case if I want to search something which has a test in it, I can just click on it and everything that has test will show up here. Now in case if you want to search invoice, you can see everything that has invoice will show up here. Now you can filter your search as well. Now, if I mention test, it will show everything client, vendor, customer. Anything that I can do is just show up here. I can limit my search. What I can do is I can just put in VEM and COLA. What it will do is it will just show me vendors which has test in it. Similarly, I just want some item. I can just limit that particular search. I can also put a percentage. Everything that has either in the start and or somewhere. Test it will show up. You can just use this particular thing as a search for anything that you would like to search. In case if you know our invoice number, you want to search a particular invoice number, you can just type in the invoice number and it will show up here. This is just like a Google of NetSuite. You can search anything here. In case if you want to search a trial balance, it will show the trial balance as well. Anything that you want to search here, you can search from this particular search option which is there. In case if you want to have any help associated with what are the abbreviations that can be used, you can just search for global search. How you can use, how that can be used. What are the abbreviations that can be used? Here in case if you want to search or in case if you want to know all the prefixes. I used item, I used vendor when. It gives you the list of all the prefixes as well. In case if you want to search invoice, you can just put in inv. Here you have all the options. Similarly, if you scroll down, it will show you tips for effective global searches. It will give you all the help, information related to it. Go through all this help. In case if you have any queries, you can get back to me. Now, apart from that, there are various options. If you scroll here, you can see that is a clock icon. Here it will show you all the recent records that you have gone through. In case if you have edited something or entered something or saved something and you want to go back to that particular page, it will show you all the recent records here. Apart from this, you can see a star icon. This is nothing but shortcut. Similar to this particular quick add, you can also use shortcut. If I go to my dashboard, here you can see that there is a shortcut portlet. Here you can see that I can click on purchase order. If I click on purchase order will open up. This is a shortcut. If I'm using some things very frequently, for going for a purchase order, what I'll have to do is I'll have to go to transactions, purchases, enter purchase order and click here. Instead of that, I can just add a shortcut here on my dashboard. I don't need to navigate. I can just click on it and it will open up a purchase order page. Now, how can you add a particular thing on your shortcut? We search for it. Trial balance right. I'll just open this particular report here. Now I frequently use trial balance. I don't want to navigate to that particular report. For going to a trial balance, what I'll have to do is I'll have to go to reports, financial, and here I'll have to click on trial balance. Then I'll go to that particular report. Or I might have customized a particular report and I'll be using that frequently. In case, if I want to add this particular report to my shortcut, what I'll do is I'll go to that particular report and here I'll go to that star icon and click on add to shortcuts. What this will do is it will open a new window wherein it will say what should be the name and whether you want that to open in a new window. New window is nothing but a new tab. If I click on this and if I click on save, what it will do is it will add that shortcut to my dashboard portlet or shortcut portlet. Here you can see that the trial balance got added. Now if I click on trial balance, I check that checkbox open in new window. What it did is it opened it in a new window or new tab. Are you till now? This is how you can add a shortcut here to your something to your shortcuts and it will also show up here. Either you can use a shortcut portlet or you can just hover it here and click on the required link. I'm going to show you. I will have a shortcut to your shortcuts. NetSuite is a cloud-based ERP. What you need is can you just put yourself on mute. As NetSuite is a cloud-based ERP, what you need is just an email browser or internet browser and an internet connection. Currently I am on I've just opened an internet browser. What you need to do is you just need to type in NetSuite. And this is the first page that you will be taken to. And on the right hand side, you see here there is a login button. If I click on login, it will take you to the login page, wherein you require your login credentials. You require the email ID and you require the password. Once you enter it, you can just log in into the system. Once you log in, there is a two-factor authentication available as well. You are aware of two-factor authentication. You are aware of what is a two-factor authentication. It's just a normal. You can say two-factor authentication. It's just a normal. You can say two-factor wherein you get some. You can say a code, 6-digit code on your mobile as SMS, or you can use a Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator app to enter the code. This is nothing but a two-factor authentication. Once you log in, you also need to enter a code that comes on your mobile via SMS, or you can either use a Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator as an app to log in into the system. This is nothing but a dashboard. Here on the left hand side, you see the Oracle NetSuite logo. And on the side of it, you see the logo of a company or the organization that you are logged in. Apart from that, you also see this particular orange strip. By default, it's not orange but blue in color, but you also have the option to change the colors as required. How that can be done? That would be part of today's session. This is nothing, but here you can see an orange strip wherein you see all the features or options that are available. And these might change depending on the role that you have logged in. Currently on the right hand side, you can see that I have logged in with the administrator role. As I have logged in with the administrator role, I have all the permissions. I can see all the features. I can see all the options. I can see all the menus that are available. But a particular person, or you can say user, can be assigned multiple roles as well. And depending on the roles, the options might change as well. Currently, I have logged in with administrator role. In case if I want to change it, if I click on US Senior Executive, you will see that the options. Here you can see that the options have changed accordingly. They will have their own APIs. They will have their own dashboards. Any questions till now? Going ahead, I have logged in again as an administrator. Here you see various small windows as well. Reminders, recent records, new release. Then you have various other PPS. These are known as portlets in NetSuite. These small windows are known as portlets. Portlet. P-O-R-T-L-E-T. You can see here. It is. These small windows are known as portlets. And these all portlets define your dashboard. Now you can design your dashboard as required. But if I scroll down first, we'll see some other things. Here you can see that you have various options. Now in case, if you want to change your email ID with which you log in, you can do that. In case, if you want to change your password, you can click on Change Password, wherein you will have to enter your current password and you can enter your new password as well. This is how you can change your password. Any questions till now? Similarly, in case if you are not using any app or phone for you can say for generating the two-factor authentication codes, there is also an option wherein the system generates some codes which you can store on your machine and you can utilize it. Here you can see that there is an option called Generate Two-Factor Backup Codes. If I click on it, I'll have to enter the password. And once I enter the password, it will generate some 10 backup codes. These backup codes can be stored and can be used instead of the codes that I get on my Authenticator app or on the SMS. And each code can be used only once. Till now, one code can be used once. Here you can see that there are 10 codes that have been generated. You see, in case if you see that you are running out of the codes, you can again generate the backup codes. This was something related to change of the password. This is how the backup codes can be generated. Now, apart from this, let's go to the dashboard and see how a dashboard can be designed or personalized. Here you can see that you have. Yes, go ahead. Someone had a question. The first thing here is here. You can see that there are various options. Now currently in case, if you want to change the layout of this dashboard, you can do that. Currently, you can see that you have smaller portlets on the left hand side and the bigger ones on the right hand side. In case, if you want to change it, you can do that as well. In case, if you want bigger on the left hand side and smaller on the right hand side, you can do that. In case, if you want 3 columns, you can do that as well. Currently, you can see that if I have selected the bigger ones on the left hand side and the smaller column on the right hand side, you can select that particular layout as well. Apart from this, I can personalize my dashboard as well. If I click on that personalized drop down here, you can see that there are various portlets which are available. These are all standard contents. These are all standard portlets which are available. Now in case if there is a calendar. In case I want to have a calendar on my dashboard, I can click on it or I can do a drag and drop as well. And if I hover on it here, you can see that there is a small number shown up here. What that just is, you can still have 5 more calendars defined on your dashboard. Similarly, if I come here on the analytics, you can see that number is 10. Still, you can have 10 analytics portlets defined on your dashboard. Similarly, there are various KPIs as well. Currently, you can still have 2 KPIs that can be set up on your dashboard. Either I can click on it or I can do a drag and drop. In case, if I want to use a calendar, I can do a drag and drop. And in case, if I want that calendar to be set up here, I can do that. If I see here, the calendar portlet will come on my dashboard. Any queries? See, there are some suite apps which are available, third-party suite apps. In case it goes, portlets can be added. 1, 2, you want to add, you can do that. But apart from that, standard contents. Currently, you can see that there are custom searches. Those searches can be created by you. What search would be used in the background? What would be used that can be taken care of? If I scroll to the right, these are all the portlets that can be added. In case, if you want to add shortcuts as well, you can add the shortcut. This is blanked out because it is already used on the dashboard. Now you can see that the calendar has also been added to my dashboard. Now I don't want this dashboard. You can see calendar on the left hand side. I want that on the right hand side. I can do that as well. I can just do a drag and drop and the calendar will get added to my dashboard. In case if I want to do some changes to a particular portlet, I can just go to these three dots. I can click on setup. And here I have all the options which can be used as required. And these options will change from portlet to portlet. Here, in case this is a particular report snapshot. In case if I want to make any changes, I can come here. I can make those changes as if required. Similarly, I have the reminders as well. In case if I want to add any additional reminders, I can see that there are various custom as well as standard reminders. Wherever you see a C icon, these are all custom reminders. Wherever you don't see anything, and in case if you want to add those, you can just click on it and it will get added here. The ones where you don't see the icon is a standard reminder that is available. Any question? No. This is how you can add various portlets to your dashboard. You can do a drag and drop. In case if you want to remove something, you can do that as well. Currently, I don't want this new release dashboard. I can just go there and I can click on remove and it will get removed. Similarly, I don't want this calendar anymore. I can just go there and I can click on remove. This is how you can define the dashboard. Is that? This is how you can define your dashboard. This particular dashboard can be published as well. All the rules apart from administrator can publish their dashboard. Any idea? What do you mean publish? What this suggests is there might be multiple people using the same rule. There might be 5 accountants in my organization and I want all those 5 accountants to see the same dashboard which I have designed. In case if that particular role has the publishing option, you can go ahead and publish the dashboard as well. How you can publish it is, this is in the administrator, but if I have logged in with some other role, I'll have the option to publish dashboard as well. Currently, if I click on publish dashboard, I can enter the name to which rules this particular dashboard should be applied. Whether I want to override the existing user settings because the existing user might be having some different dashboard already defined. But in case if you want to override that, you can do yes here. Also, to which particular tabs it should be applicable and whether you want to log those. That user cannot make any changes. You can do that and click on save. Once you save it, all the users having that particular role will see the same dashboard. Depends. As I mentioned here, whether you want that to get logged or unlocked. In case if you don't want that user to change anything, you can log. Do that, and also you have the option whether you want the log and the new bar. And accordingly, the user will be either able to change it or he will not be able to change. This was something related to dashboards. See, we cannot go through each and every portlet, you can say a thing that is available here. I have given you an idea how that can be done. Now it will be your self-study wherein you can go through each and every portlet, everything that is there on the dashboard, and see what are the changes that you can do. And in case you have any queries, you can get back to us and I will be discussing those. Shall we move ahead? Now, apart from that, there are various other things available. In a Kurdish screen, it takes my proper cooperative screen data as well, as long as I am using it. Going ahead activities. These are all calendar and phone calls related things. Whether it should show you as busy, send invitation emails. Whether if you are using invitations or setting something in NetSuite, whether it should show the invitation emails internally or it should go to all the invites, whether they are outside NetSuite or not. All that can be set up here. Whether what should be the default reminder type, whether it should be an email or pop-up window, or it shouldn't remind you at all in case if there is a meeting set. Whether what should be the default reminder time 15 minutes or not, whether it should play the audio when pop-up email. All that can be set up here related to activities or calendar. Going ahead alerts. Whether you want to have some alerts defined, that can be set up here. What should be the first selection, second selection or the third selection? In case if there are, whether you want to include any HTML links or not. All that can be set up here. This is not that useful as such. Even I haven't used that any time. Going ahead to restrict view. Here, as mentioned, this is only applicable for a particular login or a session. It is not restricted, or you can say it is not applicable for the. You can say every time. It is only applicable for a particular specific session. For example, there are multiple subsidiaries. Are you can say aware what is a subsidiary? You might have access to multiple subsidiaries. The employees of that particular subsidiary, if I'm working, for example, take example of Tata Motors or Tata Group. Tata Motor is one subsidiary. There might be a case that I'm working only for Tata Motors. I'll be restricted by default on my employee master itself to Tata Motors. But there might be some employees who work for Tata Group as a whole. They will not be restricted to Tata Motors only. They will have access to other subsidiaries as well, such as Titan or Tata Beverages or any other you can say subsidiary. They will have access to multiple subsidiaries. But for example, today I want to work only on Tata Motors. I don't want to see any other information related to other subsidiaries. What I can do is I can restrict myself to Tata Motors only. Whatever list or whatever figures or whatever things that I'll see will be restricted to that particular subsidiary only. Are you getting it? For example, let's take this particular example. Currently, there are no restrictions. I have around 7,000 sales orders. Now I'll restrict myself to maybe say for North America subsidiary. If I save this, I'm restricted to only North America, and if I refresh this here, you can see that there are only 2 transactions associated with North America subsidiary. Similarly, if I see the list of all the clients, I'll only be able to see the clients which are applicable to North America subsidiary. There are only 6 subsidiaries. You can say 6 customers associated with that particular subsidiary. This particular restriction would be only applicable till I log out. Once I log out and log in again, this restriction would be set up again. Reset again. Along with the subsidiary, I can restrict myself to a department as well. There are various departments that are created. Similarly, locations and classes. These are nothing but segments or classifications that can be defined in the system. Any questions, any queries? That is clear? Similarly, currently I have only selected North America. But here you can see that it has various children: Canada, Mexico, United States. Even United States has 2 more childs, US 1 and US 2. In case, if I want to see the transactions or things associated with it, those children or child subsidiaries, I can just check this checkbox. And now, if I save this and if I refresh the list of clients, it will show me the clients which are associated with the child subsidiaries as well. Currently, you can see that there are now 824 clients for North America and its children. Similarly, you can restrict yourself as per subsidiary. In case, if you don't want to restrict yourself to a subsidiary but to a department or a location, you can restrict yourself to a particular location or department as well. Is that fine? Now one question, that's, can we select the 2 subsidiaries and a single time? Suppose in North America, East America, it is possible. It's a single select field. In case if you want to do that, there is a, you can say, a subsidiary navigation portlet, but I'm going to go on a bit. You can say, I don't think it would be possible. Here you can see that there is a subsidiary navigator. This is a suite app. Here you will see the subsidiary structure. Instead of going through, you can say, restricting yourself to a particular subsidiary. I'll just go back and remove the restriction. This is a subsidiary navigator suite app that is made available by NetSuite. Here you will see the subsidiary structure. You will see all the subsidiaries available. Now, in case you want to restrict yourself to somewhere, for example, you want to restrict yourself to North America, you can just click on it. And accordingly, the restriction would be applicable. Similarly, you can select any other subsidiary as well, but it cannot be 2 different ones. In case, if you want to select these two, you will not be able to do that. It should be a single subsidiary structure. But instead of navigating to that particular page, you can do it here itself. In case, if you want to see only for United States, you can do for United States as well. Accordingly, once you do that, all the figures that you show here, all the KPI indicators, all the figures would be updated and will show only figures related to that particular subsidiaries that you have restricted. Now going back to set preferences, let's go to the last sub-tab. There are some custom preferences as well. These custom preferences come from various, you can say, third-party suite apps or maybe other NetSuite suite apps that has been installed. There is an electronic bank payments suite app that has been installed. In case if there are any custom preferences that you would like to set up, you can do that here. Similarly, suite organization beta. There is one more suite app that we have installed. In case, if you want to have some preferences set up here, that can be set up accordingly. Any questions, any queries? Here we saw all the preferences that were applicable to a specific user. You can also have that on a, you can say, account basis. For doing that, you just need to navigate to Setup Company. And if you scroll down here, you see General Preferences. Here you see almost similar options that we saw here during the date format. Set Preferences. There are many other options. What should be the date format and many other things. But whatever you have selected is in the general preferences are applicable for the complete instance as a whole. But in case if you make any changes under set preferences, these would be superseded by whatever you set up in the set preferences. For example, under general preferences, I have selected minus. But under set preferences, if I have set it up as a bracket, the system will show me as a bracket. But that could be shown only to me. For all other users, it will still show minus 100. There are many other options. You can just go through this. You can go through the help of these general preferences as well. In case if you have any equally require any, you can help over it. You can do that. Similarly, overriding preferences. Now, what the system does is whatever preferences that you have set up here. Whether you would like the user to override them in the set of preferences. In that case, you can check those checkboxes. The user will be able to change those on the set preferences level. If you don't want the allows or you don't want them or a user to change the language, you can just uncheck this checkbox. The users will not be able to change the languages on their own. It would be uniform throughout. If we uncheck this, that user cannot be mala change the things. It would be overall uniform overall. Similarly, languages. In case, if you want to have multiple languages, you can say where these languages would be used. I will let you know in the coming sessions. But currently you can see that we have only selected English and French. Where this would be used, I'll let you know. This is not related to the languages that we saw under Set Preferences. This was something related to general preferences. Today we went through, you can say, the set preferences and the general preferences. Go through it. In case, if you have any queries, get back to me. We'll discuss those during the coming sessions. General preferences 1 minute. All the roles for everyone. And these preferences can be set up on the subsidiary level as well. Whenever or tomorrow, we'll be going through the classifications, subsidies, locations, departments, and all other stuff. You can set up subsidiary. You can set up subsidiary specific preferences as well. That's it for today. Let's meet up again tomorrow. And then tomorrow will be going through subsidiaries, locations, departments, cost centers. Have a good night. That day we went through the login two-factor authentication. Then we went through dashboard personalization of the dashboard, global search and help, right? Today we'll start off with the preferences. That is for developers. You're talking about this. This is for developers and these are suite apps. There are some, you can say, third-party applications which are developed by some third party or also by NetSuite. In case, some of them are available free of cost. Some of them are to be paid. In case, if there is any requirement, you can just search for those suite apps and accordingly you can say install them or procure them from the vendors. It's not related to help as such. Think. Here also you have a suite apps sub-tabs. If I click on suite apps, you will be able to see all the suite apps that are available. There are some you can say available. Some of them are third party. Some of them are done by NetSuite. And here you see various verticals. Here in case if you want to, you can say go for that particular suite app. You can just do that. Now we'll start off with the set preferences. Oida. Yes. Here, when you log in into your NetSuite, we'll see that this home icon on the menu option that you have. And if you hover there, you will see a Set Preferences link. Now, if you click on Set Preferences, you will see various options available here and there are various sub-tabs available. Now a user can set all these preferences. Here you see all the preferences. Now the thing here is, Whatever preferences that you see here are only applicable to that particular user who has logged in. Malay depends on the role and the user. Some of the preferences that you see are applicable as a whole. Some of them are applicable only for that particular session. Particular session in the sense till the time you are logged in into the account. Once you log out, those preferences are reset again. For example, if you come here under Restrict View, whatever you see here or whatever you set here are applicable only for that particular session. Once you log out and log in again, they will be set to default. Or they will not be set to anything that you have set up in the previous session. Now let's go through the General subtab. General subtab. What apart from Restrict View, whatever preferences that you see are not restricted to a particular session. They once saved, they will be as it is, even if you log out or log in multiple times. Now coming here, under General Preference, you have the user profile. What is the nickname that you would like to have? What is the email address? In case if you are sending emails from NetSuite, you can set up the from email address as well. That email address. That email address can be any email address. Gmail. I was saying that you can add the languages as well. Did you hear me till that? No. Actually, your voice has not come last 2-3 minutes. Till what sentence? Did you hear me? Email address. You are just explaining the email addresses. Here you can add the email address as well. In case if you want a different email address different from the ones with which you have logged in, you can use the email address as well, or you can set the email address from email address. Whenever an email is sent out of NetSuite to someone, that would be the email from email ID that would be used. Similarly, in case if you want to have a signature for the emails that you send, you can do that. And then I was explaining about the language. Earlier, the language that was selected was English. But there are other languages as well. In case if you want to change the language, you can do that as well. Currently, for example, I want to use French. I can select French, and if I save this now, you will see that all the captions, all the things that you see here would change to French. All the labels will change to French language. I will go back to preferences. And that all the preferences that you see here would be only applicable to you and your roles. Yes, currently we are going through the preferences which are applicable only to a particular user. There are some other subsidiary level preferences. There are account level preferences. There are general preferences. We'll go through that later. But the things that we're seeing here currently are only applicable to a specific user. Similarly, what are the search sorting? Whether it should be English or language specific or what should be the spacing, a localizations are available here currently. Also the help center, the help that we saw. What should be the default language for that popular help center? What is the time zone that you're working in? I mentioned your first day of the week, Monday or any other day maybe. If you go to the Gulf countries, this generally means you have a holiday on Friday and the week starts on Saturday. In case, if you want to have the first day of the week to be Saturday, you can set it accordingly. Similarly, what should be the date format? Yes, go ahead. You had a question. No, going ahead. What should be the date format? Time for? Format should be separated by a comma or a z dot. Everything is mentioned here. How should be the negative number? Whether it should start with a minus or it should be shown in a bracket. The phone number, format and everything. All other options are available here. I am not going. Some of means. Most of the things are self-explanatory here, but in case if you have any, you can just click on help and it will show you the help associated with that particular page. Here you can see that. Set personal preferences. If I scroll here, you will see all the information. What is there in general? Preferences, all the fields, everything would show up here. In case if you want to understand something in detail, you can just go through this, and in case if you have any queries, you can come back to me. We'll discuss that accordingly. Similarly, we had also mentioned in case if you want to understand a field level help, you can just click on the label of that field and it will show you the field associated with that particular field. Similarly, how should be the address mapping type, whether it should be Google or Yahoo? Whether you want to show the sublast means show the last of sub account. All the options are here available here only in case if there is a sub at a sub entity. There is a customer child relationship, parent child relationship for a customer vendor. In case if you only want to show the last sub entity, you can check this checkboxes. Here you can see that there are some things which are already checked, which are checked by default by NetSuite to make your life easier. But in case if you want to change something, you can go ahead and change it accordingly. Similarly, what should be the number of rows that should be shown in the list? Or you can say in the drop down. What is a drop down? This is a drop down. In case if there are thousands of things in the drop down, what should be the maximum number of entries that should be shown in the drop down? It should be 500. In case if you want to make your life easier, you can make it 50. It would be easier for you. Similarly, what should be the number of rows that should be shown in the list? What is the list? For example, if I go to transactions and click on, you can say a list of sales orders. Here you will get the list of all the sales orders. By the time it's loading, we'll go ahead and let you know about it. There are some other options as well. These are not that important. I'll not go into that detail for this, but in case if you want, you can just go through the help of it and you will be able to understand. Here you see the list of all the sales orders here. Currently you can see that there are around 7,000 sales orders. But we have defined here that the maximum number of rows in the list segment should be 200. Here you will be able to see only 200 in this particular list, and here you will have the other drop down. In case if you want to see from here, you can just click on that drop down, and accordingly the list will change, and accordingly only those 200 would be shown up here. Going ahead, appearance. What should be the theme that you would like to see? Currently I have selected orange theme, but by default NetSuite's theme is blue in color. If I change the color theme and click on save, you will see that your view would change to default. This is default NetSuite color, which is around blue in nature. But in case if you have multiple roles and you want to differentiate with which role you have logged in, generally we change the appearance that we don't. You can say get confused between the roles that we have logged in. Similarly, the screen font, what should be the font of the things that you see here, whether there are various options available here. Similarly, what should be the density, whether it should be normal high density or very high density. Similarly, whether we want to compensate for large fonts or not. Similarly, chart whatever charts or reports that you see, whether that should be basic colorful, you can select it. What should be the chart background, whether it should be grid bands and on. Similarly, you have the landing page. I had mentioned that whenever I logged in, the first page that I land on is my home page or my dashboard. But in case if you want to change it, if you want to have a different language landing page, once you log in into the system, you can change the home page as well or the landing page as well. Similarly, whether you want the system to show you the portlet hymns, whether the customer dashboard by default should be customer record or not. Everything can be set up here. What should be the entry forms? Whether you want to enrich or they enable rich text editing. All other options are available here. See, you have defined various addresses on the customer. You can see various customers and vendors, right? For example, if I go to a particular customer, where is that? I'll just open one of the customer on the address. You have the option to locate it on the map. If I open this, you here, you can see that for the address, you have map. If you click on it, it will. If you have entered the correct address, it will take you the map location of that particular understand. Thank you, whether that should be from Google or from Yahoo or MapTwist or any other website. Thanks. Similarly, going to transactions, whether you want to autofill transactions. What autofill does is it autofills the information that was entered in the last transaction. All the options are available here related to transactions. Whether you want if there is any client credit limit that you have set on the client, the customer, whether it should be warning or it should be ignored or whether that should be enforced. Similarly, what should be the whether we would like to have the credit limit warnings for the vendors, but they would like to have inventory level warnings or not. Similarly, while printing, whether the transaction attachment should be HTML or PDF, what should be the horizontal and the vertical print offset, whether we want to use print using HMTL, all other options are available here. Similarly, analytics. Analytics is related to reports, whether you want the reports to be shown in grid or not, whether the company logo should be printed or not, whether you should be able to customize form for the financial reports. What are financial reports? Trial balance, income statement, and all other balance sheet. All these are financial reports. Whether the reports by period should be only applicable for financials or whether it should be applicable for all the reports. What does that mean? I'll explain you when we go through the reports and sales searches session. Similarly, what should be the default bank account and all other important. You can say things are there whenever you open a bank register. What should be the default bank account that should be selected? Similarly, for searches, there are some importance. You can say something related to global searches as well. Similarly, show list when only one result is there. There is an option where, in case if we uncheck this, what it does is if we search something and if there is only one result, it directly takes us to the result or it opens that result. Whether, for example, if you are searching a customer and if there is only one customer in that search, it will directly take us to that customer. In case if I check this checkbox, what it will do? It will not open that customer, but it will show me in the list form only. Are you getting it? Similarly, pop-up search using keywords or not. There are various global search rated options. Whether it should be auto-suggest, how's the short, whether it should be sorted by name and it or not. All the options are related to global search as well. Similarly, what should be the page orientation when we print something out of NetSuite, such as invoice purchase order, whether that should be by default as like landscape or portrait. What should be the PDF font set that can be set up as well. Similarly, there are some character encodings that happen. There are some Ps which have consolidated exchange rates. Whether we want the piece code card with period specific consolidated rates, we can check this particular checkbox. Any questions? No, that's list. When only one result, I suppose any client is there at that ABC comes, it means that opens automatically for that. See, the thing here is, for example, this is a client, him, I'm searching something here. If I search something here, whether that again voice break, if there is only one result, whether that should directly open that result or it should show you the list. That is what it means. Hope you are prefer like guys. Is it the opinion or it's? Hide. Not if there is also a tip of all the number one. That is, just which one of the characters does look like things to come to this time. Thank you. Today we are going to start with the classifications. The classifications involve subsidiaries, locations, departments and cost centers. Cost centers in the other were classes. Can any one of you explain what is a subsidiary? Subsidiary means that any company is having the branch now like Tata is having Tata Motors and the TCS and others like that. You are right to an extent. Sorry, I am just having some bad thought. A subsidiary means you were right to an extent. I will not say it's a branch, but it's altogether a different organization. Branch, you can say it can be a company location. But a branch, or you can say a subsidiary, cannot be a branch. It is like altogether a different organization which has its own transact. You can say a way of functioning. As you give an example, Tata Motors. Tata Group can be one, you can say organization which has multiple legal entities or multiple organizations. Legal entity, in other words, in NetSuite's terminology, subsidiary. Tata, you can say Tata Group can have Tata Motors. It can have Jaguar. Then it can have, you can say Tata Tea. Then it can have Titan and on and forth. All these different companies have their own, you can say way of working. They have their own, you can say transactions. They have their own customers, vendors, and they have their own way of functioning. And why these are created as subsidiaries and they can be consolidated to the parent group, that in case if Tata Group wants to know what's the consolidated financial for the whole Tata Group, then they can do that as well. These different companies or legal entities can be created as subsidiaries into NetSuite. These subsidiaries will have their own currency as well. Currency is nothing but that you can say the base currency. For example, Tata Motors might be having a base currency as INR. But Jaguar might have pounds. Each and every subsidiary can have its own base currency in which the financial reports are created or obtained or fetched. Are we clear till now? For creation of a subsidiary, I'll just give you a brief. You can say pictorial format of the subsidiaries that have been created. This is a subsidiary navigator portlet. If I open this, there can be a parent-child relationship. Here you can see that we have a parent subsidiary which is headquarters. Then it has various child subsidiaries which is Americas, Australia, New Zealand and EMEA. Then America has child subsidiary North America, and under North America it has multiple subsidiaries Canada, Mexico, United States. Similarly for Australia, New Zealand. You can have Australia in case if you want to create New Zealand separately, you can do that. Similarly, EMEA has UK consolidated. Then you have UK retail, United Kingdom and the elimination subsidiary. There can be a parent-child relationship between the subsidiaries. Each subsidiary can have its own financials. It will have their own base currency. Here you can see if over there you can see the currency of US United States is USD. But if I go to Australia, here you can see that the currency is Australian dollars. And you can have the consolidation done at the parent level. In case if I want to have a financial report only for Americas, I can do that. It will get a consolidated financials of these three subsidiaries, Canada, Mexico and United States. Similarly, in case if I want to have a consolidated report for EMA, it will include UK, REIT, United Kingdom. And in case if I want to have a consolidation at the parent level, I can just generate the reports for headquarters. Any questions, any queries? Now I show you how you can create or navigate to a particular subsidiary. For doing that, you need to go to Setup. You can see here Company, and if you scroll down here, you will see a classification group wherein you can see subsidiaries, departments, locations, and classes. If I click on subsidiaries, I'll navigate to the list of all the subsidiaries that have been created. Here you can see that we have headquarters under headquarters. We have Americas, North America as Canada, Mexico, United States, and on and forth. In case if I want to edit a particular subsidiary, I can click on Edit. If I want to create a new subsidiary, I can create a new subsidiary as well. Before doing that earlier, what NetSuite was doing is it had a single subsidiary structure. There was only one subsidiary that could be created in a particular account. Then it came up with One World product. One World is nothing but wherein you can create multiple subsidiaries. Here you can see here. What we have to do is, in case if we are having, you can say operations in multiple countries. For example, I have my operations in United States, India and Australia. I had to. You can say procure 3 subsidiaries from NetSuite. But what now NetSuite has done is, and earlier in case if I had 2 legal entities in United States itself, even if they were in the same country, I had to buy the subsidiaries. In case if I had 2 subsidiaries in America, then I had to procure 2 subsidiaries from NetSuite. I had to do it. But recently, a couple of years back, what NetSuite did is, instead of buying the subsidiaries, what we have to do is we have to buy the countries. In case if I have operations in United States, India and Australia, I have to buy 3 subsidiaries. But in case if I have operations or multiple subsidiaries in United States itself. For example, if there are 2 different companies working in United States, I don't have to buy multiple subsidiaries as I have already bought United States. I can create any number of subsidiaries under United States. I don't have to buy them separately. If I have bought if I bought the company, or you can say the country. Is that clear? Is that correct? They can create multiple subsidiaries, but they don't need to buy multiple subsidiaries. They can just buy the country. See, One World is nothing, but wherein you can create multiple subsidiaries. They will have to buy United States and they can create multiple subsidiaries there. But the only condition is that the instance that they have bought should be One World. In case if it is one, not One World, they will not be able to create multiple subsidiaries. Or else they will have to. You can say request NetSuite that they will. You can say transfer their normal instance to a One World instance. Now any guesses? What is the maximum number of subsidiaries that can be created? Because there should be a limit, right? I cannot go ahead and create 1000 subsidiaries. Any guesses? I think it is based on the country. Even if it is based on country, there is a limitation that you can create at the most and number of subsidiaries. Because there might be some performance issues. You can, in case if there are more than a particular number of subsidiaries that are created. Earlier it was 25. And they increased the number to 125. But now recently, in 2022 increase, they have the number of subsidiaries from 125 to 200. You can create at the most 200 subsidiaries in one world instance. Is that fun? It means under HQ we can create a 200 maximum subsidiaries. Right. Now I just edit one of the subsidiary. Once I edit it, you will be able to see what are the things that I need to map on a subsidiary. Now the thing is when I create a new subsidiary, there are some things which cannot be changed once the subsidiary has been saved. I can give it a name. I can give it a taxonomy reference in case if I want to. Apart from that, each and every subsidiary can have its own logo. Logo is nothing but the logo that you see here. Each subsidiary can have its own logo. In case, if you want to have a website, you can say defined here. We can do that in case if you want to have a document number prefix. What does that mean? I will let you know during the future sessions. Now the thing is, once I have saved a subsidiary, the NetSuite doesn't allow me to change the country and the currency of that particular instance. We have to be extra cautious, extra careful whenever we create a subsidiary because once we have created it, NetSuite will not allow me to change the country and the currency, base currency of that particular subsidiary. Is that fine? Are you till now? Apart from that, I can define the fiscal calendar. What is a fiscal calendar? Apart from that, I can define the fiscal calendar. Here, for example, for us it starts from January for India. It starts from April. Each and every subsidiary can have its own fiscal calendar. We can create fiscal calendars if required. Here you can see only these many, but in case if you want to create a fiscal year, you can create accordingly. Whenever we'll be going through the accounting section, I'll be showing you how you can create a fiscal calendar if required. Similarly, you can have a tax fiscal calendar as well. Similarly, as mentioned, each subsidiary will have its own base currency. You can define the currency as well. Any questions till now? Suppose you told that base currency is fixed. We have to be careful. Suppose anyone has wrongly created that. What is the process for correction? We have to contact to NetSuite. There are two options. If you have created it and if there are no transactions associated it yet, you can just inactivate that particular subsidiary, that it will not be used anymore. This is one option. Or else the other option is you have to contact NetSuite support. Then they create a window of around, I think, some days wherein you will be able to change the currency, but that is not recommended. You have to be extra cautious whenever you create a subsidiary and select the correct base currency. We cannot delete it, right? The subsidiary once created, in case if there are any transactions, you will not be able to delete it. If there are no transactions, it will allow to delete. Now you can give it an address as well. In case if you want to have address to a particular subsidiary, you can click on Edit and Address Form will open wherein you can define the address of the subsidiary. Similarly, there are various other subtabs. I will not go into the vendor bill matching because it's a suite tab that, or you can say a three-way vendor bill matching. Maybe we can just take that during the other sessions. But next is this. Depending on the province and the country that we have defined, the system will automatically define what is the nexus. Nexus is nothing but the tax jurisdiction. Tax jurisdiction under which this particular subsidiary falls under. Similarly, preferences. Saurabh, I did mention yesterday, right? We went through the general preference. In case, if you want to have subsidiary specific preferences defined, I can do that here. I can define the day for date format, the number format, the negative form number format for each subsidiary separately. There are three options. General preferences that are applicable for the whole account. Each and every subsidiary will have that. But if I define separately for the subsidiary, these preferences would supersede the general preferences. This will give me, or these preferences will be given, the precedence. Similarly, there are personal preferences as well. In case if I have made any changes on the personal preferences, those would be superseding the subsidiary specific preferences that are set. But those personal preferences would only be applicable to a particular user. Not for all the users. We'll be getting back to vendor bill matching and document numbers during the later sessions. Whenever I conduct a session on that particular topic, I'll come back here and show you how that works in NetSuite. Apart from that workflow, it's by default. You don't need to do anything here. It's for the system translation. Yesterday, I showed you there are only two languages. In the preferences, we are defined French and English. In case if this particular subsidiary is known as HQ in English, but in case if you want to give it a different name in French, you can define it here. In case if a particular user has defined its language as French, it will see that particular name. Is that fine? Similarly, system nodes. These are nothing but in case if there are any changes that are done to anything, The system keeps up track of what changes were done, who they did the changes, and when the changes were done. These are nothing but the system nodes. This is how you can create a particular subsidiary or edit a particular subsidiary. Are we with subsidiaries? Now let's move forward. In case, if you want to have any more understanding, you can just click on help and it will give you the complete information about subsidiaries. I've covered 99% of the stuff, but in case, sorry, I just made a mistake from 185. They have just increased it to 250 and not 200. In case, if you want to have any help associated with it, you can just go through the subsidiary help. And in case if you have any queries, you can always get back to me. Now one more thing that you can say. You can say, I'll just go back. I'll just open another subsidiary. I have the option to define the parent of the subsidiary as well. As this was a parent subsidiary, it didn't show up. But if I open Americas here, you can see that I can define the subsidiary of, or you can say who is the parent of this particular subsidiary. This is how you can define the parent-child relationship for a particular subsidiary. Is that fine? Thank you. Now let's go to the departments. You will see almost similar kind of stuff under departments as well. But only the thing here is here you will be able to select multiple subsidiaries on that particular department. For example, if I edit it, and here you will not have any option for the inventory as well. Here you can see you can give it a name accounting in case. If you want to have a parent-child relationship for accounting for a department, you can do that. You can select the parent department and here you can select multiple subsidiaries as well. Here you can see what we have done is we have just selected the headquarters and we have checked this checkbox include children. These department will be applicable to all the subsidiaries, all the child subsidiaries of this headquarters. In case, if I want to use it only for specific subsidiaries, or it should be used or applicable only to specific subsidiaries, I can select those if required. For example, I don't want that to be used for Canada. I want that to be used only for North America and Mexico. I can select those according by just pressing Control button and I can multi-select it. And accordingly, this particular department would be applicable to only those subsidiaries which are selected. Is that fine? Yes, similarly, I can go to classes as well. Classes is nothing but one more classification similar to department, which can be, you can see, shared between multiple subsidiaries. Here you can see that we have one class similar to department. I can select this parent class and I can define the subsidiaries to which this particular class would be applicable to. Is that fine? Any questions, any queries related to subsidiaries, locations, departments and classes? I'm good. That completes our classification stuff. We'll take one more small topic today wherein you can rename some transactions or entities or classifications in case if you want to. For example, this class. I don't want this class to be called as class. I want that to be called as cost center. I can do that. I don't want the subsidiary to be called as subsidiary. I want that to be called as legal entity. I can do that. I don't want my customer to be called as customer. I want that to be called as client. I can do that. I don't want my vendor to be called as vendor. I want that to be called as supplier. I can do that. How that can be done? I just need to go to center. Here what should be your customer? You can see my customer is called as client. But I don't want that client means customer to be called as client anymore. I want that to be called as customer. I can change that. Similarly, vendor. I don't want that vendor to be called as vendor. I want that to be called as supplier. I can do that. Similarly, I can do it for subsidiary department location class on and forth. I can change it for lead prospects as well. Similarly, there are projects and other stuff that these are all classifications and entities. But in case if I want to make any changes to transactions, I can do that as well. For example, you can see we have bill, we have checks, we have invoices as well. In case I don't want that invoice to be called as invoice, I want that to be called as customer invoice. I can make that change as well, and I can also change the abbreviation of that particular transaction. This is how you can change the or rename the records and transactions. Currently, if I go to list relationships here, you can see that the customer is called as clients. But if I save this now, you will see that the client will again change to customer because I've changed it to customer. If I go to list relationships now, you can see that the client has been renamed to customer. Similarly, the vendor has been renamed to suppliers. Is that? Yes, any questions? Any queries? I think that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll start off with I thought you can just go to release notes, right? It's nothing to cover in that. As such, it's just any of the topics, any differences. Just give the topics and what are the changes that they're doing in that particular topic. And they change each and every year, right? Because there are releases every year, couple of releases every year. They're going to change. You can say each and every time that you can see go for a certification, and I don't foresee that there are many questions asked on the release as well. But in case you want to go through, there is a TFF available and you can always go through that. One world was introduced long back. What I mentioned is earlier. At the most we could create 25 subset trees. Then they increased to 125 a couple of years back, and just in this release 20.2, they increased it from 125 to 250. Yes, any other question? Maybe we can just discuss that sometime during a later part. But yes, it's not an easy thing as such. We have to. We have to pay a certain amount to NetSuite to get to become a partner, which is not that cheap. In case if you want to have a, you can say, understand about it. You can just go on that NetSuite's website and you will be able to understand that. I got the basic information. Who should I? Should I contact all this information? I got it, but in detail. Next week, sales guys, they will let you out. Oracle next week, the sales guys who sit in Bangalore. In case, if you want some references, I can show you that. I can get some clarity. Whenever you have any queries, any questions, you can always ask. No worry. Tomorrow we'll start off with the chart of accounts. Are you aware of what is the chart of accounts? Now let's move forward and see locations. Any guesses what is the location? Location is nothing, but you can say I might have various branches. I might have various offices, but these offices are specific to a particular subsidiary. We took an example of Tata Group, right? Under Tata Group, we have Tata Motors. Tata Motors might have their branch in our office in Pune. Some might have been back in Bangalore as well. Some in Delhi. Similarly, if we're talking about Tata Tea, it might have their office in Mumbai. They might also have their office in Pune. We can create various locations in NetSuite. But the thing here is, a location is always specific to a particular subsidiary. As we took an example, Tata Motors has its office in a branch in Pune, and Tata Tea also has its own branch or office in Pune. We'll not be creating only one. You can say branch as Pune. We'll have to create two, one under Tata Motors and one under Tata Tea. A location is always restricted to a subsidiary. A location cannot be shared between multiple subsidiaries. Is that fine? But you also have departments and classes. But the thing here is a department. For example, if I give you a department can be H, R, it can be admin, it can be sales, it can be research and development. Tata Tea can also have HR department. Tata Tea can also have its HR department. Tata Motors can also have its own HR department. It's not a physical thing as such. It's just a department. I can share, or a particular department can be shared between multiple subsidiaries. It's not specific that HR department could only be specific to Tata Motors and not to Tata Sons or Tata Tea. The departments and classes. Departments and classes can have or can be shared between multiple subsidiaries. But location is always specific to a particular subsidiary. And on the location, I can also store my inventory. Inventory is nothing but a stock. If I have a particular branch, if I have a warehouse, I will be creating that as a location in NetSuite. And it can store your stock or it can maintain your inventory or stock at that particular location. Have you got the difference between location and department and class center or classes? Classes is nothing, but you can say one more segmentation or one more classification. In case of a particular organization is having multiple classifications for the reporting. Apart from locations and department, you can create multiple classification and classes is one of it. Some of the companies or organizations call it cost center. Some call it revenue stream. Some call it data center. Some call it data warehouse. 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 Some call A cost center or class is nothing but another way of reporting or classification. In case if there are multiple, you can say classifications that a particular organization needs, it can create those. Class is one more type of classification which can be used. It can be called as cost center or it can be renamed to a revenue stream as well. Each organization needs it has its own way of reporting or structuring the reports in case if they want to, they can use that as well. Let's talk about locations. Yes, it is. That is known as custom segments. Apart from classes, in case if a particular company still requires some more classifications, it can be done. That would be covered. Custom segments would be covered, but that would be covered when I go to the customizations, wherein I'll show you how you can customize forms, fields, and other stuff. Here you can see that this is the list of locations. Now, in case if I want to edit a particular location, I can just click on edit. In case if I want to create a new one, I can create a new one as well. I'll just go ahead and try to edit Chicago. You'll see that most of the fields that are there are similar to subsidiaries with some changes. Now under location as well, you can have parent-child relationship. In case if I want to create this Chicago as a child of a particular location, I can do that as well in case if you want to give it a branch it or know the store manager. There are some custom fields that have been created in case. If you want, you can give that. The most important thing here would be whether you want to make the inventory available for this particular location or are you going to maintain inventory at that particular location. Then you can check this checkbox. Apart from that, you can give it an address, you can give it document numbers. I'll show you when we go to the document number stuff in the coming sessions. That's it. Apart from that, you don't need to enter anything and you can just click on save and the location will get created. Now the most important thing here is the subsidiary. As I mentioned, a location can always have one subsidiary. It cannot be shared between multiple subsidiaries. This Chicago location is under headquarters subsidiary. Is that fine? That's it related to accounts. Now we'll move on to entities. What are entities? Entities are nothing but the customers, the vendors, employees, and contacts. And items as well. I don't means I forgot whether I missed items or not. There are 5 type of means, 5 entities, customers, vendors, items, employees, and contacts. We'll be going through each and every one of it. Are you aware what is a customer? What is a vendor? It can be services. It can be goods as well. The entity or the party to which I am going to sell something will be created as a customer in NetSuite. In other words, it can be a client as well. And vendor. A vendor is nothing but an entity or a partner. You can say a party from which I am going to procure some services or goods. They will be treated as vendors or suppliers into NetSuite. Now a particular vendor or a customer. Let's talk about the customer first. Earlier in NetSuite, it was always a one-to-one relationship between the customer and a subsidiary. The system didn't allow to create or share a particular customer with multiple subsidiaries, but maybe a year back or a year, and the customer came up with a new release wherein it allowed to share a customer with multiple subsidiaries as well. Same was the case with vendor, but maybe around 2 to 3 years back. NetSuite came up with multi-subsidiary vendor as well, that a vendor can be shared with multiple subsidiaries. Earlier in case, if you can say, if I have multiple subsidiaries in NetSuite, I had to create. For example, I have Tata Motors and Tata Tea. Both are procuring paper from, you can say, from a particular vendor. Earlier, it was a case that I had to create separate vendors for Tata Motors and Tata Tea. But now it's not the case anymore. I can create one vendor which can sell to both the subsidiaries, Tata Motors as well as Tata Tea. Same with the customers as well. Earlier, there was only one-to-one relationship between the customer and the subsidiary. In case if Tata Motors and Tata Tea are selling to the same customer, but earlier we had to create separate customers, one under Tata Motors subsidiary and one under Tata Tea subsidiary. In case if you don't want to do that, you can share a particular customer with multiple subsidiaries as well. It's not a defaulting case of now. In case of customers, if you want to share that with multiple subsidiaries, we can just make that preference that I want to share a particular customer with multiple subsidiaries, or else. In case if you don't want to do that, we can create separate customers for separate subsidiaries. Is that fine till now? Now we will go through the customers. To navigate to list relationships customers. If I click on customers, I'll get the list of all the customers that are there in the system. If I click on new, I'll be able to create a new customer in the system. I'll just open one of it. Here you get the list of all the customers which are there in the system. I'll just open one of it. Let's see. I have leaf branch. If I did it, I'll be taken to the customer form. And there I can enter all the information related to a particular customer. We'll just wait for that to open. Now I'll just change the form to standard. You see all the standard fields. Here you can see all the information related to the customer. Now I can define the type of customer, whether it's a company or an individual. The customer can be a company or it can be an individual customer. It's an individual customer like you or me. Here you can see that I have selected the type as company. But in case if I select it as individual, you will see that I'll have to enter the first name and the last name of the customer. I don't need to enter the company name, or it's not mandatory, but the first name and the last name are mandatory in case if I'm entering the customer as individual. In case if it is a company, I don't need to enter the first name and the last name. Apart from that, in case if there is a parent-child relationship, then I can define the parent customer as well, and the company name this would be the child customer of this parent company that I have selected. By default, the status would be customer, closed one always, and I can also define a self strap. In case if there is a self strap associated with this particular customer, I can associate it with this particular customer. There is also a system called partners into NetSuite. In case if this particular customer is associated with a partner, I can define the partner. I can define the web address or website of this customer. In case if there is any, I can define the category. Whether these category can be defined by us as required. Currently, you can see that there are various categories, but in case you don't want to use this and use something other category, I can change this particular list, but I can define the category of a customer in case if I want to. Apart from that, I can enter the email address, phone, alternate email, alternate phone, fax and other information for this particular customer. Apart from that, there are various other information. These are all custom fields that have been created. I am not going through the details. But if I scroll down, I can define the contacts as well. Contact is nothing but in a particular company. There might be multiple people or customers means in a particular customer. There might be multiple people with whom I associate with. There might be some sales people. There might be some people in the accounts. There might be some people in the accounts table. In case if I want to associate a particular contact there with this particular customer, I can do that. Currently, you can see that there is a particular contact who is a senior buyer and I have information related to that particular client. That in case if I want to send emails from NetSuite, I can use this particular information. In case if I want to add multiple contacts, I can just click on new contact and I'll be able to send or you can enter the information related to that particular contact. Going through other. You can see going through the other information. Many questions till now. Closed one is, we have won the customer. This is a part of CRM. In case if we are CRM, wherein we start with the lead that is converted into prospect and that prospect gets converted into customer. Default status is customer and it has been closed and won. It might be a case that we are using CRM and we have a lead but a particular customer. The customer didn't buy anything from us. In that case, the status would be different according. This is a part of CRM and such. Any questions apart from this? Apart from that, under communication step in case if I want to share any files, I will be able to share the information. If I want to share any files or store any files associated with this particular customer, I can do that. In case if there is any contract that I have signed, I want to store that, I can come here under communication under files. I can store that in case if there are any messages, in case if there are any emails that I have sent. You will be able to see all the emails and other information shown up here. Similarly, activities. In case if I have done any task or if I have logged any phone call and I want to store that particular information, I can store here under activities. I can just click on new phone call and whatever discussion that I had with them on that phone call, I can store it. Similarly, under address, I can store the address of this particular customer. A particular customer can have multiple addresses associated with it. For example, there might be a default billing address and means a different billing address and a different shipping address. Billing address in the sense I might have my office in Mumbai, but my warehouse is in Bhiwandi. And whatever I buy or that customer buys has to be sent to the warehouse location in Bhiwandi. But the bill has to be sent. You can say sent to their office in Mumbai. In that case, I can define a different billing address and I can define a different shipping address. In case if there are multiple addresses, I can enter the address here. I can just click on this pencil icon and a new form will open up wherein I can enter the address for this particular customer. You can send emails from NetSuite as well. If you have created a particular invoice and you want to email that invoice directly from NetSuite, you can do that. Apart from that, it also has an integration with Outlook. In case if there is any, you can say push or pull from that Outlook. They will get associated with it. In case if you send any email to this particular customer, it will show up here. It will get associated with this particular customer. It will have all the information. When was that sent? Who sent? What was the recipient or who was the sent email? What was the subject of that line? Everything would be shown here. And in case if you want to see that particular email, you can just click on view and see what was the email that was sent. Think. Any questions related to address? Going ahead, we have a sales subtab. In case if we want to associate it with this particular customer with a particular territory, this is just for reporting purposes. We can do that. Apart from that, all the transactions that have been entered against this customer will show up here. In case if there are any transactions associated with it, all the transactions will be attached here. It will be shown here. Here you can see that there are various sales orders, item fulfillments invoices that have been created against this particular customer. In case, if any, what are the items that have been purchased by this customer? It will show up here. There are various other options to upsell in case if we have done any upselling and cross-selling, we can do. See that in case if you are using any qualification matrix, this is a custom thing. It's not a part of the standard thing, but in case there is any customer that has been defined, we can store it here. Apart from that, marketing in case if we are using CRM and we say you can say send various marketing campaigns to this customer. It will show up here. In case what are the campaign emails that have been sent? All the information would get stored here. Similarly, support. In case if we are using support or cases in NetSuite, that in case if any cases have been created against this particular customer would show up here. Now the most important tab, which is financial subtab. Here it will have all the information related to its financials. What's the default accounts receivable account? When we went to the chart of accounts, we went through the accounts, receivable accounts as well. Each and every customer has to be associated with the accounts receivable account, that whenever we enter any transaction such as invoice or anything, it will hit this particular account whenever an invoice or maybe a cash sale or a credit notice of generated against this particular customer. In case if you want to have any price level associated with it, we can have that here. Tomorrow, when we go to the item master, I'll show you a price level, how a price level can be associated with an item. And in case if we want to have a price as a price level, item price level associated with the customer, I can do it here. Similarly, what would be the primary currency? What would be the currency in which I am going to invoice this particular customer? But this would be the primary customer. You can see currency, but I can have multiple currencies associated with it. Not only in GBP, but in many other currencies, I can invoice this particular customer. And in case, if I'm doing that, I can select the multiple currencies here. In case if I'm going to invoice this particular customer in multiple currencies. Similarly, the terms. What are the terms that I've defined with this particular customer? Whether it's net 30 or due on receipt or net 60. In case, if we want to charge any percentage, I can do that as well. Credit limit, in case, if I want to set a credit limit against this particular customer, what is a credit limit? That, for example, I want to set up this. You can see credit limit to be 10 lakh only. In case if the amount for this particular customer goes beyond that credit limit, the system will either prompt me or it will, you can see, not allow me to enter any new transaction, depending on the hold that I have defined for this particular customer, and also in my preferences. Any question? That's the terms that I have set with this customer. When is the payment that this particular customer is going to do once the invoice has been generated? It's whether it's yes. Once the invoice has been generated, the customer is going to pay it to me in 30 days. Whenever I set it up, whenever I generate an invoice against this particular customer, net 30 would get auto-populated, but still I'll have the option to change it on the transaction as well. Similarly, there are many other things. These are all you can say, not that important, and they come from various other suite apps that have been installed. Apart from that, I can define the tax registration number in case if the particular customer has a tax registration number, I can save it here. Withholding tax. Withholding tax. There is a withholding tax bundle as well that we have installed. In case if it's a withholding tax, that is there in case. If we want to associate with it with a particular tax code, I can do. Depending on the transactions that have been entered, the system will keep a track of all the balances. What is the balance? What is the amount that is due from when it is due? What's the overdue? Every information would be maintained by the system itself. You don't need to enter anything here, and this can be used accordingly. As mentioned, you can associate multiple currencies with a particular customer. Here, depending on the transactions, it will also see in which particular currency there are transactions and what is the balance against that particular currency. In case, if we are using credit cards and we have a customer, the credit card information, I can store the credit card information of the customer here. Similarly, EFT or electronic phone transfer details can be stored here. Talking about group pricing and item pricing. When I go through the items tomorrow, I will show you what's the group pricing and item pricing, and we'll come back and revisit this particular stuff here again tomorrow. In case if you want to have any preferences, specific to this particular customer, I can do that. What's the numbering format? Everything can be defined. How the email should be sent, whether it should be sent as a HTML or PDF, whether we want to send the transactions via email or print or not, or fax. That can be set up. Shipping carrier. In case if we are using any shipping carriers, just such as UPS, FedEx, that can be set up here. These are just the preferences. Apart from that, you can see that there are many other options, but running bank payment details. These are part of another suite app. They are not a part of the standard NetSuite instance. This is how you can create a customer into NetSuite, and all these information can be stored on the customer master. And depending on this particular information, the financials are hit. Also, it defines the preferences. Whenever an invoice is generated, how the email should be sent. Depending on that, it will define in which particular currency the invoice can be created. Define what are the net terms. What is the tax registration number for this particular customer? Every information would be stored accordingly. Is that fine? Any questions related to customers? And one thing that I left was each and every customer will be associated with a particular subsidiary. Here you can see that the subsidiary is defined here. In this particular instance, we have turned off or we have not turned on the multi-subsidiary customer preference. That's the reason you can have only one subsidiary associated with a particular customer. In case if I turn it off, I will be able to associate multiple subsidiaries with this particular customer as well. This is how a customer can be created and associated in that system. Yes, go ahead. Generally, what we do is we go through the processes first that you get accustomed to the terminologies that we have in NetSuite. And then we go through the preferences that it's easy for you to understand. What do you mean by a particular preference? And what do you mean by a particular feature? Now, similar to customer, we can also create a vendor in the system. Most of the fields will remain similar, but only the thing here is customer is on the sales side. Vendor is on the purchase side. If I want to create a vendor, I can go to list relationships, suppliers. Yesterday, I had renamed a vendor to supplier. That's the reason I'm seeing supplier. In case, if I click on suppliers, I'll be taken to the list of all the vendors or suppliers that are there in the system. Here you can see that we have various vendors. I'll just get one of the vendors. For example, Domino's Pizza. You will see that all the fields that are there are almost similar to customers. We'll not go through each and every information. We'll just go through which is a bit different from the customers. Here also we have whether this particular vendor is a. I'll just change the form to prime as a standard form. Here I can define whether a particular vendor is a company or an individual. In case if it is an individual, I'll have to enter the first name and the last name of that vendor. In case if it is a company, I can keep it as a company name. I can define the email address, phone number, alternate email and fax for this particular vendor. Here primary subsidiary would be defined, but as mentioned, vendors can also have multiple subsidiaries associated with it. Here I can see that I have defined the subsidiary, which is United Kingdom, as the primary subsidiary. But in case if I want to have multiple subsidiaries associated with this particular vendor, I can select the other subsidiaries as well. And each subsidiary can have its own credit limit and can have its own tax code as well. Is that fine? Any questions till now? Similarly, you could see that we have the relationship tab. In case if you want to associate a contact with this particular vendor, I can do it here. Communication. Similarly, in case if I want to have any files or activities messages associated with it, I can do it here. Arrest. A particular vendor can have multiple addresses associated with it that can be stored here. Marketing. Marketing. In case if I'm doing any marketing campaigns against the vendors as well, it will be shown up here. This is a part of the CRM. Finance. Similar to customers, we can have the financial information of this particular vendor as well. What should be the default payable account? In customer, it's receivable, but in vendors, it's a payable account because we are going to pay to the vendor. Default expense account. In case if I'm procuring something, what should be the expense account? That would be selected. What should be the primary currency and terms? In case if I want to set up credit limit for this particular vendor as well, I can do that. Tax registration number can also be associated. Apart from that, if I scroll down, multiple currencies can be associated with it. You will see all the transactions as well in case if there are any purchase orders, vendors bills that have been created against that vendor that could be shown up here. What are the items that we have procured against this particular vendor would show up here. ACH, it's a part of the electronic fund transfer suite app. In case if you are using ACH is nothing but electronic fund transfer, then that information can be stored up here. It will have all the bank information. All these particular information related to this particular vendor can be stored up here. For a vendor as well. Any questions related to vendors? No. The thing here is the customers and vendors and also the entities such as employees that we are going to see tomorrow can be uploaded via CSV as well. In case if you want to create it manually, we can do that. In case if you want to import it via CSV, we'll be able to do that. Today we went through chart of accounts, customers and vendors. Tomorrow we'll be going through items and employees. And then from maybe Monday or in case if we conduct a session on Saturday as well, then we'll go through the transactions or the processes. Purchase process, sales process, accounting, transactions, we'll go through all that stuff. And then once that is done, then we'll start off with the enable features and accounting preferences. Is that in case if you have brought or procured that particular country for creating the subsidiary, then you don't need to contact NetSuite. But in case if you have not procured, then you will have to contact. In a day or two, they will make that available, and then you can go ahead and create the subsidiary. It's just depending on you can say the contract that you have with NetSuite. You'll have to pay that particular amount, get that enabled, and then you can start creating the subsidiary for that particular country. Think. From what phase it's still doing, can do I cannot key. With my work, it's important. You have everyone who does SKA instead ducking and messing up much. No matter where it's beyond the issues, it's already built. We went through subsidiaries, locations, departments, and classes. Today, we'll be going through the chart of accounts. The chart of accounts, you can say, is the backbone of each and every ERP or financial system. It's the general ledger, in other words. It is the financial accounts that are going to get, and they will be replicated in the financial reports. Are we to now get the basic concept of what a chart of accounts is? For creating or in case. If you want to see the chart of accounts, what you need to do is you go to List Accounting and click on Accounts. If you click on Accounts, you will get the list of all the accounts that are there in the system. And if you have an accounting background or a finance background, you would be very easily able to understand what a chart of accounts is. Well, you should be almost Raspberry Pi, number of compared and problems. If you look up, it covers only meetings for your company, but you look up to the results. Killer, right? Obviously, here's the list. And what I'm talking about, they will get to what I mean, right? It will get to what right now in the insurance account. The criteria and why this is, throughout the world, they are not going to change as such. They are going to remain same as it is. The only thing is that account names might change. Now here you can see that this is the list of accounts that are there, and on the right hand side you see various balances. Once you start entering transactions, then depending on the transaction, depending on the accounts that have been mapped on the items and various other entities, or you can say means entities, this account gets it, and depending on that, they get replicated in the financial reports. Now, generally, as mentioned, each and every account will have a type associated with it. If I sort it with type, here you can see, first you can see the accounts payable, accounts receivable bank. Then we have cost of goods sold and expensive, many more. It can be current liability, current assets, other income, and on and forth. Now these accounts can be shared with multiple subsidiaries if required. What we can do is we can have a central, you can say a structured chart of accounts which can be shared between multiple subsidiaries. Now only the difference here is the bank account All the accounts which are having the type of bank will only be associated with a single subsidiary back in this sense. Your bank account that you have, or the cash account, or the petty cash that you have. The thing here is each and every bank account will have or will be associated with only one subsidiary and not multiple. All the accounts except a bank account can be shared with multiple subsidiaries. Is that fine till now? They will. They will come depending on the transactions that have been entered. Yes, whenever you create an account, it would have zero balance. But once you start entering transactions, the transactions can and the transactions should be posting transaction. What is a posting transaction? What is a non-posting transaction? And let you know when we start as mentioned, a bank account can only be associated with one subsidiary. And the other thing is a bank account will always have a currency associated with it. Here you can see the type is bank currency associated with it. Because whenever I have a bank account will have a currency associated with it. Right? Are you there? Yes, each and every bank account will have a currency associated with it. I might have a bank account. I might have a bank account maybe in State Bank. The currency would be in R, but I can also have account in SPI for which the currency can be used if required. In case if I am going to deal in that particular bank account, depending on the bank account, you can also have a currency associated with it. Now, if I click on New, I'll be able to create a new bank account in the system. And there can be a parent-child relationship. Here you can see that we add cash. If I go back here, we add cash. Here we add cash under cash. We have various bank accounts. Similarly for other accounts as well, I can have a parent-child relationship. Here you can see that we have. You can see that we have deferred revenue as a parent account and we have the child accounts. And each and every account will have a number associated with it. Now, whether this particular number is going to be mandatory or not will depend on the features that we have enabled. We will be going to the accounting preferences wherein it will ask whether we want the account number to be mandatory. Generally, the account number is mandatory or kept mandatory. And these accounts have a particular series associated with it. It's a numbering convention that is, you can say, used across the globe. For example, the bank accounts generally start with the LEN 100 series or 1000 series. Similarly, the expenses start with a particular series. The number of digits may vary depending on the chart of accounts, how big the account is or how big the chart of account is. A particular company might use 4-digit numbers, Another company might use 5, another company might use 6 digits. But there is a particular nomenclature or numbering convention that is used for the type of accounts. Depending on that, I can give it a number, I can give it a name as well. And in case if it is going to be a child account of a particular account, I can do that. For example, if I want to select the sub account of, I can select. For example, if I want to create a bank account, I can select cash and accordingly the type will be bank in case if I select any other one. For example, if I select accounts receivable, the type will change accordingly. Now you will also see a difference that whenever I select any other type of the currency field, is I select account blank, or you can say it's a not editable anymore. But if I select bank account, it will make the currency field as mandatory. If I select a bank account, now you can see that the currency has become mandatory. I can select the currency from which I want to serve, for which that particular bank account is going to deal in with. For example, I want that to be a used account, I can select that. Similarly, there are other things that can be in case. If I want to have a description, I can do that in case. If it's a summary account, summary in the sense, if it's going to be a parent account where I'm not going to post any transactions, I can make it as a summary account as well. Apart from that, as mentioned, a bank account can only be associated with one subsidiary. I'll not be able to select multiple subsidiaries. If I click on Include Children, it will say that bank accounts and credit card accounts must be restricted to a single subsidiary only. In case if I'm making this bank account for Canada subsidiary, I can select that particular subsidiary and I can save it. In case if I'm selecting any other type. For example, I don't want that to be a bank account. I want that to be accounts receivable and I want the parent to be accounts receivable. Now I'll be able to select multiple subsidiaries if required. In case if I want that to be applicable for all the subsidiaries, I can check the checkbox, include subsidiary. This is how you can create an account into the system. Depending on the type of account, you will be able to share a particular account with multiple subsidiaries. In case if it is a bank account, then it has to have a currency and it can only be associated with one subsidiary only. Is that fine? Yes, now this is how you can create an account into system. Now there might be multiple. You can say hundreds of you can say maybe if it's a big organization, multiple thing, then they can have 1,000 accounts as well. You're not going to create those manually one by one, right? We have the option of uploading the chart of accounts via C as well. You have the option of doing that. We'll be taking that during the session wherein I'll show you how you can upload some stuff via or maybe entities, transactions or accounts via CSV. This is how you can create an account. This is how it will, you can say, get associated with whether a single subsidiary or multiple subsidiaries. Here, you can see the list of all the account types that are there. And this is generally, or you can say it's always constant. These are all accounting terms. They do not change. They do not change with ERP. Even if you go for SAP or any other app, the account types are going to remain same. If you want to understand the account types, you can just search for any accounting book, and there you will be able to understand what are the account types that are there. This is how you can create an account into the system, how that can be uploaded. We'll take care of that during the session for sessive upload. Is that fine? That's it. Related to accounts. Now let's move to items. For creating an item, you need to go to List Accounting Items. If you click on items, you will be able to see the list of all the items. If you click on new, it will take you to the type of items that can be created. If I click on new, it will show the type of items that can be created. Do you have any idea what are the types? I mean, what's the inventory item? What's a non-inventory item? What's the assembly bill of materials, and on and forth? Let's talk about the inventory item first. Inventory item is an item for which you keep a track of stock. How much number of items that you have procured. How much you have sold. Let's take an example of mobile. Whenever you procure a particular number. For example, I procured or purchased 10 mobiles. And I sold 2 out of it. The system will keep a track. What's the quantity that is there in my stock? I have 8 quantity. In that case, whenever we want to keep an inventory or stock of a particular item, inventory item. Is that fine? Yes, but in case if we are using advanced inventory module. Advanced inventory module is made available by NetSuite. In case if we are using that, then we can create lot numbered as well as serialized number items as well. Any guess what is a lot numbered item and what is a serialized item? The names itself are self-explanatory. Just try to guess what it is. Lot numbered items are items which have a particular batch associated with it. Take an example of medicines. Take examples of eatable items. Biscuits. They are manufactured or procured in batches. Hundreds of items have the same lot number or batch number, and they have an expiry date associated with it. These are nothing but lot numbered items. Serialized items. Serialized items are nothing but the items. Each and every item has its own identity. It has its own serial number. We took an example of mobile. Right? Mobile has its own serial number. Take an example of mouse or take an example of laptop. Each and every item has its own serial number. Right. In that case, we can create lot numbered, or you can say a serialized inventory item. Similarly, in case if we are using manufacturing, then we generally use BOM or assembly items. A BOM is nothing but bill of materials. Assembly item is nothing but it comprises of various components, and various components together become an assembly. For example, if I want to create a mobile or manufacture a mobile, it will involve multiple components, right? For example, it might have a screen, it might have a camera, it might have a, you can say, a charging socket. There are multiple components. There are multiple components. There are multiple components which combine together, and at the end we get a finished good. In that case, we create an assembly item with the assembly and BOMs. Can you repeat bill of materials only? Assembly and bill of materials is one and the same thing. Now they have NetSuite has also come up with advanced BOM, advanced bill of material. In that case, you can have assembly and then assembly can have various bill of materials. I'll keep that topic as it is. Just try to understand bill of materials or assembly as of now. A normal assembly. And these particular assembly or BOM can also be a lot numbered or serialized item. In case if we are using manufacturing module, then we also use assembly or BOM. Apart from that, there are various other item types as well. Non-inventory items. Any example, any guesses? What is a non-inventory item? Non-inventory items. Non-inventory items. Non-inventory items are just consumables. They have a physical appearance as such, but we don't keep a stock of it or we don't keep a tab of the number of items that are there. For example, tissue paper, books, pen, stationery. All these can be maintained or treated as non-inventory items for which we don't keep a stock of such. We just procure it and consume it. But these non-inventory items can be of three types: for purchase, for sale and for resale. For purchase are nothing but the items that I only purchase and I consume it. I don't sell it. Those are non-inventory items for purchase. For sale, I don't purchase those items but I sell those items. In that case, I can create a non-inventory item for sale. And in case if I procure or purchase as well as sell those items, then I can create a non-inventory item for resale. The only difference here is in case if I create a non-inventory item for purchase, it will only have an expense account associated with it. It will not have an income account. The income account is on the sales side. Expense account is on the purchase side. Similarly, for sale item, it will only have an income account associated with it. It will not have a purchase or you can say an expense account associated with it. But for resale, it will also have an expense account and it will also have an income account. Similarly, we can also have service items. Service items and non-inventory items are almost similar. But as mentioned, non-inventory items have a physical appearance as such. But service items are services. They don't have any physical appearance. For example, consultant fees, legal fees. You can say software that you sell or services that you render to your customer. Those can be created as a service. And similar to non-inventory items, services can also be for purchase, for sale and for resale. Those can be created. Similarly, other charge items. In case you are charging anything else, maybe you can say a percentage that you charge or something like that. Then you can use other charge items. Are we till now? Similarly, you can see that there is description item. It's a normal item. You don't sell or purchase it. It's just for description. Then you can use it for description, discount item. In case if you want to give any discount percentage and keep it on the invoice, then you can use a discount item. Similarly, expense item can also be used. Apart from that, you also have item group and kit and package. Item group is nothing, but you can say a group of items. For example, I can sell those separate as well in case required, or I can sell it in group. The example may be a cricket kit. A cricket kit may have hat, ball, stumps, and many more. That can be created as item group. But if required, those can be sold separately as well. If someone comes and asks me, just I want to purchase a bat, I can do that. In that case, I can create an item group. Similarly, I can use a kit or a package. Take a similar example. A cricket kit, which involves bat, ball, stumps, and all those stuff. But once I have created it as a kit, I will not be able to sell those separately. I am only going to sell that as a kit. That it can. You can say if I procure those items separately, it might cost me for 1,000 rupees. But in case if I sell it in a kit, because everything is being purchased in a bulk, or you can say together, I might provide a particular discount. That kit might cost only 950 rupees. In that case, I can create a kit or a package item. Are we with kits and packages and item groups? What's the difference between them? These are the type of items that can be created. Now in case, if you still have some confusion, you can just click on help. And you will get the information related to all the item records or item types that can be created. Just click on this item types. And it will show you the help related to each and every item type that is there. You have inventory items. What is a BOM? What is a lot number? A serialized assembly inventory. You can go through this help and you will just have a brief understanding of what particular item type means. In that case, it will be when you keep an inventory of that particular item. In that case, you can create that as an inventory item. And then you can create a subcontractor location wherein you can just from one location to the other. In case, if it is at a subcontractor location, you can just transfer it there. And once you give it back, you can bring back in that particular item in your inventory again. You are not going to sell those items as such, but you are just going to keep that in the inventory. It will depend on a use case basis. Whether you want to keep the stock of it, whether they are consumables, or whether they are your assets. In case if they are your assets, then you can create them as a fixed assets in the system, which will have its own depreciation and it can be transferred from one location to the other. Now it means that next week that facilities we can maintain that the stock like that for transferable inventory. We can do transfer orders. We can do inventory adjustment as well. There are multiple options. Depending on the use cases, we can define what that we need to take. Apart from that, there is also one option, which is a matrix item. Any guesses? What is a matrix item? Rough case. This is a matrix item. You can also create matrix item for inventory service items. Any guesses? What is a matrix item? Rough cases. Matrix item is nothing but, for example, take example of a shirt. A shirt might have different colors. A shirt might have different sizes. A shirt might have different types. Means a t-shirt or a half-sleeve shirt or full-sleeve shirts. A particular item has multiple attributes associated with it. In that case, you can create it as a matrix item, depending on the attributes that you have defined. Color. You can say size. You can define whatever matrix that you would like to or attributes that you would like to. And in that case, you can create a matrix item. There would be one parent item. You can say shirt. But depending on the attributes, maybe color size, you can say type. You can keep a stock of all those items separately. In that case, you defined a matrix item. These were something related to the type of items. Now let's go ahead and see a particular item in NetSuite. Just try to open one of the inventory items and see what information can be stored on a particular item. Depending on the item types, the fields or some of the things might change. Today, we'll just go through one inventory item. You can just go through the other stuff as well and understand what other things that are there on a particular item. And in case if you have any queries, you can get back to me. Now let's maybe talk about this particular item. Accelerometer. We'll just wait for it to load. This is an inventory item form. I can define it a name or a number if I'm using UP. UPC code is nothing for, but for generating barcodes. In case if I'm using barcodes for a particular item, I can define a UPC code as well. What would be the display name and code for this particular item? And I can also define the unit. Stock unit. I can have different stock unit. Purchase unit. Sale it. In case if I'm using manufacturing, then I can also define the consumption unit. Are you with these particular unit types? Or do you want me to explain those? What do you mean by stock unit? What do you mean by purchase unit and sale unit? Let's take an example of, let's say, more. I might procure it in boxes. Each box might contain 12 mobile phones. I procure it in box, but I store them separately. My stock unit would be each, but my purchase unit would be similar. I sell it as a single unit only. My sale unit would also be each, if required. And in case if I'm having multiple units, I store that accordingly. Let's take another example. For example, I might procure petrol. Maybe you can say a tank might have 12,000 liters of petrol. But how I stock it? I stock it in, you can say, a unit, 3,000. I can do that. Or maybe a barrel, but I sell it in liters. That's the reason I can define various unit types. What my purchase unit is, what my stock unit is, what my sale unit is, I can define. I can define the conversion rate as a tanker will have 1,000 liters of petrol. These can be defined. You can say unit of measures, and also the conversion units can be defined. Currently, it might only be each, depending on the unit of measures I have defined. I can define separate stock unit, purchase unit, sale unit, and depending on this, my pricing also get affected. Are we till now understood? Similarly, classification can be defined. What should be subsidiary location? If you want to, if you don't, we skip those. The subsidiary will have to be defined whether a particular item can be between multiple subsidiaries. If you want to, we can do that. If I want to apply only for a particular subsidiary, select that particular subsidiary according. Similarly, going ahead, purchase an inventory. Whether we want to landed cost, that can be if you are tracking the landed cost for a particular item, what would be the costing method? Whether that can be defined. Similarly, what's the purchase for that item? If you want to give a purchase description, I can do that. Whether this is a particular dropship or a special, that can be defined. Guess what is a dropship and a special? Special, for which we don't generally the stock. It's customized depending the requirements the customer we customize. It's called special or a dropship for which whenever a particular customer or vendor direct the customer location, it doesn't For example, head, machine, wooden, the window, that happen, customer, dairy, ship, customer, location, that create, drop, cust, direct location, custom, location, happen, whenever, customer, particular, dropship, create, depending, define, particular, system, automatically, create, purchase, sell, when, direct, location, step, with, special, off, system, automatically, a, purchase, again, purchase, when, location, location, or similarly. We have some inventory management related stuff. What should be the reorder point? Pre-order, multiple reorder point is nothing but the point or the stock at which the system should prompt us to order that particular item. It's mostly related to demand and supply plans. I'll not go into the detail of it as such. Try to understand the basic of NetSuite as of now. Similarly, in case if you want to map the manufacturing information, what's the manufacturer? What's the MPN manufacturing part number? What's the manufacturer country? I can do that. Similarly, what's the shipping information? What's this carrier? What's the shipping method that I am using that can be maintained? Whenever I try to enter a transaction for this particular item, the system will automatically populate those. Apart from that, locations. Each and every location can have its own stock, right? It will show me what's the stock quantity on hand for this particular item at a particular location. Each and every location can have its own stock. It can have its own reorder point. It can have its own purchase price and all other information. Similarly, going ahead, sales and price. I can define the sales description. Apart from that, what's the minimum quantity or the maximum quantity that a particular customer can order? That can also be defined here. Shipping information. This is on the sales side. Earlier, we saw it on the purchase side. In case if we are shipping, what should be the shipping method? In case if you want to have any shipping cost. In case if you want to have any handling cost. That can be defined here. Now the important thing is pricing. Yesterday when we went to the customer, on the customer, we had an option, right? What should be the price level, right? I had mentioned that we revisit. Here I can define the price level. These are nothing but the price levels. For a particular item, I can define a price level or a list price. For example, I say, the list price is $1,000. Depending on the discount level, the price levels, the system will automatically calculate what would be the price, what should be the wholesale price, and these discounts can be defined on the price levels. When we go through the accounting preferences, I will show you where we can create a price level. Here, depending on the price levels that we have created, the system will automatically calculate the discount, and these particular price level then can be selected on the customer. Whenever we enter a transaction for that customer, and for example, I have selected 5% discount level as a price level on that customer, the system will automatically fetch 950 instead of 1000. Are you getting? What do you mean by price levels? And how the price level can be associated to the customer? And the price levels differ depending on the currencies. USD will have 1000. Australian dollar might have a different pricing. Canadian dollar might have different. GBP or pound might have different. Euros might have different. Each and every item can have its own pricing and different currencies. Apart from that, there is an option wherein we can define quantity-based pricing as well. For example, for 0 quantity or 0 you can say, it would be 1000. But for example, if a particular customer procures 10 items, I can define that it would be for 90-80. This is quantity-based pricing. For example, if it procures 50, then it would be 950. Accordingly, if depending on the quantity that has been procured or purchases by it is purchased by a customer, you can define various quantity-based pricing as well. Are we with quantity-based pricing, price levels and currencies for a particular item? Any questions, any queries? Is that fine? Now let's go to accounting. Here we can define. If you are aware of what's a FUGS account, what's an asset account, then it would be easier for you to understand. If you have an accounting background, in case if not, just try to understand these terminologies. Asset account is nothing but the inventory asset account, where my cost of or you can see the total amount of that inventory store. Income account is nothing but whenever I'm going to enter any sales transaction, what should be the account that should get hit? So, okay, whenever I do a fulfillment, CloudFoudation is nothing but cost of goods sold. These are all the accounts that can be mapped on a particular item. Don't go into the other accounts. Variance and all other stuff, they are related to standard pricing, which is a bit complex, and that is not generally used. Just try to understand these three accounts: OGS account, asset account, and income account. You have to have a COGS account, asset account, and income account for each and every inventory item that you create in NetSuite. This is a part of chart of accounts. Once you have created those accounts in the chart of accounts, that can be selected here. Apart from that, you can have the withholding tax and tax schedule. Whether this particular item is a taxable item or a non-taxable item. I have given you an example of matrix item as well, that you can have various attributes. This is not related to a matrix, but this is an inventory item. But in case if you are creating a matrix item, then it can have various attributes which can be selected. And these attributes can be defined by us as required. Similarly, I am not going to revenue recognition and amortization because that is a part of advanced revenue management. In case if you have an interest, just let me know. I can conduct, as you can say, a 10 to 15 minute session for you later to this. Web store. In case if you are using web store website, then we can have web store related information. Apart from that, related records, communication, preferences, and system information. These are all standard tabs that we see for each and every or transaction. This is how you can create an item into NetSuite inventory item. If you create a non-inventory item or a service item, some of the fields might change. Because for example, for service item, you don't require a unit. It doesn't have a unit. Depending on the type of item, some of the fields might change. But this is a rough thing. Really, I have shown you how can you create an item into NetSuite and what are the type of items that are there. Any questions, any queries related to this? A huge topic. I know it would be a bit difficult to understand each and every terminology that I have mentioned here, but I'll suggest go through the help associated with the type of items and what are the things that are there on the item of form, and then in case if you have any queries you can get back to me. Is that fine, please? I think that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll start off with the purchase process, procure to pay process. Any person who has to be given an access into NetSuite or who works in the organization will be created as an employee in NetSuite. To create an employee, you need to go to list employees, and if you click on employees, you will get the list of employees. If you click on new, you will be taken to a new page. Now the thing here is, whenever you create a new user, or you can say a new employee, the only requirement is first name and the last name and the subsidiary to which it belongs. But in case, if you want to give that particular user access to the system, you will have to define the email ID of that particular user as well, or you will have to provide the email ID of that particular user. For example, if I try to edit this particular employee, I will have to give it the first name and the last name. And the subsidiary. These are the minimum required things that I'll have to provide to a particular person or an employee that an access can be given to that particular user. Oh, that the employee can be created. But in case if you want to give access to that particular employee into NetSuite, will have to give the email ID or will have to provide the email ID of that particular user. I can give the first name and the last name. In case if I want to give it a job title for that particular employee, I can do that. In case if there is any supervisor associated with it, I can define the supervisor as well. Apart from that, I can give the image and other notes related to that particular employee. Apart from that, as mentioned in case, if you want to give access to that particular employee, we'll have to provide the email address. Apart from that, we can provide phone, mobile and other information. Apart from that, in case if you want to give, say if this particular employee is associated with a particular department, class or location, I can provide this information as well. Why I need to provide this? In case if I want to restrict this particular user to transactions only associated with these particular classifications, I will be able to do that on the load. That's the reason I can provide the department, class and location for this particular employee. Any questions till now? Apart from that, this department, class and location. For example, this particular employee is located at location store 200 in Los Angeles. There might be other locations as well. But I don't want this particular user to view or enter transaction for any other location apart from store 200. In that case, I can provide the location as well. And on the roll, I'll have the option to restrict this particular employee to only this location. That this particular employee will not be able to enter transaction for any other location apart from store 200. Going ahead, communication. Communication is the common tab that we have seen on all the entities, or it will also be there on the transactions. Communication. Address. I can give the address of this particular employee as well. Human resources. Here I can provide all the HR related information for this particular user. What's the social security number? What's the birth date? The type of the employee, whether it's a contract or exempt or a full, you can say a permanent or regular employee. That can be provided here. What's the employee status, whether it's terminated or temporary fixed, that can be provided. Termination release date. In case if this particular employee has left the organization and if you want to map that particular date, that can be maintained here. Apart from that, these particular employee can be, you can say, mapped to a self, rep or support rep or project resource as well. In case if this particular employee is going to be project resource, we can check the checkbox. In case if this particular employee is going to be a self rep, I can check this checkbox. We had selected a self rep yesterday on the customer right. Do you remember that? Yes. If I check this checkbox self rep on the employee, only after that this particular employee will be shown in that self rep list, or else it will not be shown. Same stands for support rep. In case if we are using support or cases into NetSuite, then if this particular checkbox is checked on the employee, only in that case this particular resource or employee would be treated as a support rep. Same for project. In case If we are using project management and we want this particular user to be used for projects, then this particular checkbox has to be checked project resource. Once I check the project resource checkbox, the project manager checkbox will also open up. In case if this particular employee is going to be a project manager as well, then I can check that particular checkbox as well. In case if we are going to use this as a project resource, you will see that the other fields also open up. What's the project resource role, whether it's a staff or a project manager, and also I can define the target utilization for that particular project resource. What's the labor cost? That is also related to timesheet and projects itself. You can also define the hire date, last review date, and the next review date as well. Apart from that, you can also define the expense limits in case if you are going to use expense reports in NetSuite, then what would be the expense limit for this particular user and who would be the expense approval in case if you are using standard NetSuite approval matrix for the approvals of expense reports. Same stands for purchase orders and purchases as well. Any queries till now? Expense limit. In that case, expense limit in the instance, this particular user would be able to only expense or create an expense report for maybe $1 allowance in. You can define the expense limit here. In case if the expense limit goes above that, the system will not allow to enter the expense report. Similarly, we have subordinates. What's the? You can say resident status, visa type, and all other information can be maintained here. Supervisor change history. In case if you have whatever changes, or in case if we have defined a supervisor here. And in case if the supervisor changes in the future, if we change that, the system will keep a track of the changes of the supervisors that have been taken place. What's the work status? That can be defined here. Emergency contacts may be wife's contacts or a parent contacts. The images in contacts can be maintained here. Education. What's the education or the qualification of this person, particular user? Personal information can also be maintained. What's the marital status? Well, what's the gender and all other information? What are the rates? In case if you are going to use projects, we can define the rates in various currencies. Which particular currencies in which this particular user can enter the expense reports. It can be USD or any other currency that we can define. And in case if we have provided any corporate cards to this particular user. Apart from that, in case if we are using electronic phone transfer or ACH suite app, then you can maintain this particular information as well. Skills and expertise. Skills and expertise. This is not native. It has come from one of the suite apps. Time tracking. In case if this is a project resource and this particular user has entered any time on this particular project, then the timesheets will show up here. Same for commission. In case if we are using any commission module, then whether this particular employee is eligible for commission or not. And in case if it is eligible, what would be a commission given on the sales? Those rules can be defined under commissions. Similarly related records. In case if there are any checks or expense reports associated with this particular user or employee, they will show up here. Now let's talk about access. In case if we want to give an access to this particular employee, we can give the access here. We can check this checkbox. In that case, we'll be able to give the access to the user. And we'll have to find the role. What role or what access that we are given to this particular employee. Whether it's an administrator role or a accountant role, that can be defined here. And a particular employee can be given multiple roles as well if required. Similarly, if you are giving the user access for first time, then you can manually enter the password as well. Once that is done, you can just save it and the access would be given to that particular user. And these are the password criteria that can be set. Approvals can be. Those approvals can set required. We can find various workflows for those are custom approvals that will be, but a user can be given multiple roles. And the permissions and the restrictions can be defined on that role. We having one session for specially defined for roles, how the roles can be defined. In case if you have any questions, you can ask during that particular session. We'll have to define that on the role, whether this particular user or role should be able to access. You can say any other locations or not. That will be defined on the role. On the role, you don't enter a location. You just define whether this particular user should be able to access other locations or not. Things will get clear when we go through the role session. Shall we move ahead? This was something related to employees. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.